Chapter 9:47. A few kilometers away from Apricot Blossom Village, among the grass and trees, there were many graves. Wang Lin's figure appeared. He looked at the graves in front of him and pondered for a long time before slapping his bag of holding. A small white jade bottle appeared in Wang Lin's hand. Holding the bottle, Wang Lin let out a sigh and muttered, "Sun Tai, the grudge between us is over. I promised to bring your ashes back to your hometown, and today, Wang has done it." As he spoke, the small bottle in his hand automatically flew out and landed on an empty space not far away. After merging with the ground, a mound of dirt slowly piled up. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Lin drew something in the air with his 2 fingers. There was a flash of light, and a tombstone appeared on top of the grave. There were a few small words written on the tombstone. "The grave of Sun Tai. For us cultivators, hundreds or thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. There aren't many family members left, and even if there are, they are separated from the bloodline. Once you step onto the path of cultivation, your life is uncertain and your life is destined to be full of hardships. Walking on the rugged path, when you look back, you can no longer see the lights from where you came, and the path ahead is filled with celestial fog." Wang Lin let out a long sigh as he looked at Sun Tai's grave. His eyes were filled with emotion. "Today, you died in a foreign land, and I came to bring your ashes home. If one day Wang Lin, die, I wonder if there is someone who can bring my ashes back to Rosefinch." Wang Lin silently pondered before he turned and left. "This is karma." Wang Lin didn't stop. As he moved forward, he gradually disappeared into the distance. However, the nursery rhyme continued to linger in her ears, lingering in her heart for a long time. The apricot tree blooms, white flowers, cultivating the Tao, cultivating the Tao. Mortals yearn to become immortals, and hope to step onto the path of immortality. I wonder how many of those who have stepped onto the path of immortality are envious of the ordinary lives of mortals. How many of them died in a foreign land like Sun Tai, their ashes scattered with the wind, unable to find their way home? How many parents and loved ones were unable to see their children return, even when they were on their deathbed? I just don't know. If they had a choice, if they could start all over again, would the people of the Tao still take that step? This nursery rhyme contains the bitter cries of countless generations. Outsiders might not be able to understand it, but cultivators of the Tao will feel their hearts ache. The name of this nursery rhyme must be Not Cultivating the Tao. Wang Lin's figure could no longer be seen between heaven and earth. His entire being had melded into nothingness and disappeared. However, that nursery rhyme, that emotional enlightenment, would forever remain in this world. Under the stars, Wang Lin walked forward step by step. He was filled with melancholy. Although this trip was short, it gave him a lingering feeling. The area between the western and northern regions of the Alliance had become a buffer zone for the Luo Tian cultivators. There was a cultivation planet that was relatively intact after the battle. Although there wasn't much spiritual energy left, Li Yunzi didn't care too much about it. Li Yunzi was sitting on a mountain on the planet, and beside him was a young man with a gloomy expression. Although he was also sitting there, he was looking into the distance as if he was waiting for something. If Wang Lin was here, he would recognize that this young man was Su Ting, who had almost died in that battle. There was Shan's ball of blood floating in the sky around Li Yunzi. This ball of blood was the remaining Lu Fu from that battle. There weren't many Luo Tian cultivators on this planet, only a few, and Li Yunzi was the leader. The reason he was here was to work with Shan's Lu Fu to prevent the Alliance from attacking again. His divine sense had fused with the Shan's ball of blood, and as it spread out, his divine sense had increased greatly. As a result, nothing within the countless stars could escape his mind. Wang Lin's figure walked out from the ripples and arrived outside the cultivation planet to find Li Yunzi. These were the 2 things he wanted to do. When Wang Lin returned from the void, and before he left, a divine sense entered his ears. The person who sent that divine sense was Li Yunzi. On the cultivation planet, Li Yunzi, who was sitting on the mountain, slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the ball of blood around him trembled. Sure sans red, I appeared on the ball of blood at the same time. All of them stared in the same direction, and a majestic pressure condensed, forming a divine ability that could cause space to collapse. Li Yunzi revealed a smile and slowly said, "You've come." With his cultivation level, he could naturally see that something had changed with Wang Lin, but he didn't point it out. After all, he wasn't as good as Master Flamespark, so he couldn't see through everything. There was a flash of coldness in Su Ting's eyes. He let out a cold snort and didn't hide his killing intent as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure appeared with a sure sans red eye was. His expression was neutral, as if he couldn't feel the powerful pressure around him. He didn't even look at Su Ting, who was filled with killing intent, and clasped his hands at Li Yunzi. Su Mu greets Senior Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi waved his right hand, and the blood eyes inside the 13 balls of blood shined. They all disappeared, and the mysterious force disappeared. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. He took a step forward and stood on the mountain opposite of Su Ting. "Su Mu, you!" Su Ting roared. "Noisy." Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ting. This gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced into Su Ting's eyes. Su Ting only felt a rumble in his mind, and his expression changed greatly. His mind was shaken and his body went soft. It was as if Wang Lin's words contained the will of the heavens. Not only did it cause all the blood in his body to reverse, but the celestial origin energy in his body was about to collapse. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. At this instant, all sounds in his ears were isolated. He could only hear his heartbeat accelerating like crazy and sweat coming off his body. From his point of view, the Wang Lin just now made him feel like he was facing a family elder, and he couldn't resist at all. What terrified him even more was that there was an aura several times more powerful than the might of the heavens inside that roar. It made his body tremble as if he was standing under the foot of a giant. If the giant wanted to, its roar could cause his body, origin soul, an entire body to collapse. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with terror. He retreated without hesitation and stared at Wang Lin. His mind was blank, and he couldn't understand why it was like this. Li Yunzi's eyes shined brightly, and he exclaimed. He looked at Wang Lin with a serious expression. Wang Lin didn't look at Su Ting, but clasped his hands at Li Yunzi and calmly said, "I wonder what Senior wants me to do by calling me here." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but Li Yunzi became even more serious. The way he looked at Wang Lin was very different from before. It was no longer like he was looking at an ordinary junior. This was the effect Wang Lin wanted, to scare the tiger. With his intelligence, how could he not know what Li Yunzi wanted? Back then, he didn't have the qualifications to negotiate with Li Yunzi, but now he did. During the celestial title ceremony, the old man showed you my Zhan family's treasure, the battle scroll. I promised to show you the second scroll. The reason I called you and Su Ting here was to let the two of you look at it one by one. As Li Yunzi spoke, he raised his left hand and reached at the void. There was a sizzling sound, and a rift appeared out of nowhere. A ray of black light shot out from the rift, and a black scroll wrapped in black light flew into Li Yunzi's left hand. It floated there motionlessly. This is the second of my Zhan family's 3 battle scrolls. Li Yunzi pushed his left hand forward. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Wang Lin. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Wang Lin held the battle scroll in his right hand, but he didn't open it. Instead, he faintly smiled as he looked up at Li Yunzi and said, "Senior Li Yunzi, Junior can't look at the second scroll for nothing." Li Yunzi looked at Wang Lin and gradually became gloomy, but Wang Lin's roar echoed in his mind. After pondering a bit, he laughed and nodded. "Good, Su Mu, you have guts. What do you want? Speak." Wang Lin pointed at Sure Sand's floating ball of blood and calmly said, "Look at the second scroll. Junior wants this Lu Fu." Li Yunzi silently pondered and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. "Is this a treasure you can have?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and didn't answer the question. Instead, he calmly said, "Junior had an appointment with Senior Brother before coming here. In a few days, he will come to find me, and we will go somewhere together." Li Yunzi looked meaningfully at Wang Lin and laughed. I'll gift it to you." With that, he raised his right hand and reached at the void. A ball of blood quickly shrank until it was the size of a fist. Li Yunzi waved his hand, and the ball of blood floated toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin carefully grabbed it, and after checking it, he put it inside his bag. Li Yunzi said, in a serious tone, "Now you can look at it. Since Vice Thunder's celestial Su Ting is going to obtain this fortune with me, then it is better for Su Ting to look at it first." After all, it was Su Ting who looked at the first scroll. Wang Lin threw the scroll at Su Ting. Su Ting's mind hadn't recovered from the shock yet. He subconsciously grabbed the scroll and opened it. The moment the scroll opened, a thunderous roar came from the scroll. A thick battle intent rose into the air and landed on Su Ting. Su Ting's body trembled. He felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. It was as if there was an ancient beast sealed inside the scroll. Now that the seal was undone, the beast emitted a monstrous, ferocious aura. It contained the anger of countless years, and at this moment, all of it was released, as if it wanted to devour him. Li Yunzi revealed an almost undetectable hint of nervousness. With his cultivation level and age, this kind of nervousness was extremely rare. He clearly knew how many talented people in his family had been able to look at the first scroll, but when they looked at the second scroll, they were attacked by the unimaginable battle intent before they could even open it. The light ones would be seriously injured and crippled, and the heavy ones would be killed. Recently, many readers have been muted by complaints. The shortest is 1 month, and the longest is 1 year. I know all of you are doing this to protect the renegade celestial. Those readers that have been muted will always remember it in their hearts and never forget it. There are a few things I want to say. Mortals are the big brother, and they are far above the renegade celestial in terms of recommendations, monthly votes, subscriptions, and so on. The renegade celestial is still growing, and I just want to write a good book so everyone can comfortably read it. This is my original intention. I just want to write a good book, and I don't want everyone to attack each other. Mortals are the big brothers, and I have many things to learn. Fellow readers, please stop arguing. Every time I'm banned, I feel even worse. If it's because I'm fighting for the monthly votes, then I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. Everyone's happiness is my final hope. Chapter 948. Li Yunzi knew that all of this was because what they had seen and felt had exceeded the limits of their minds. Only a few people could open the second scroll. Even so, those who had opened the second scroll had only opened it a bit. In all these years, including him, there were only 3 people who could completely open it. Only the 3 of them would be able to completely unravel the second painting. Su Ting's face was pale and his body trembled, covered in sweat. His eyes were in a daze as he stared at the scroll that had opened a bit. At this moment, he clearly felt the ferocious aura rush out from the scroll that had opened a bit. It was as if it wanted to devour him. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if there was something in his chest that he wanted to let out a roar, but he couldn't make a sound. The roars and roars that seemed to come from ancient times rang in his ears. A strong wind blew against his face, causing his clothes to flutter and his long hair to flutter. However, Su Ting was, after all, a talented member of the Su family on planet Donglin. He had also entered the celestial pool and refined his domain to obtain celestial origin energy. If he was in the ancient celestial realm, he would be a real celestial. However, Su Ting was a genius of planet Donglin's Su family. Moreover, he had entered the celestial ascension pool and obtained celestial essence. If he was in the ancient celestial realm, he would be a true celestial. This scene caused Li Yunzi's eyes to light up. He looked at Su Ting with admiration and thought. This Su Ting only used a few breaths of time to enter the first scroll. If this kind of cultivator was placed in the ancient celestial realm, he would be a real celestial. This scene caused Li Yunzi's eyes to light up. He looked at Su Ting with admiration and thought. This Su Ting only used a few breaths of time to enter the first scroll. This kind of cultivator can only open 40% of the second scroll. I just don't know how much this Su Ting can open. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral as he coldly looked at Su Ting. Su Ting's hands trembled even more violently. Every time he opened the scroll in his hand, the ferocious flames that rushed out would become countless times stronger. He even had an illusion that he was holding a true primordial ferocious beast in his hand, and he was about to open the seal and release the ferocious beast to devour him. Time slowly passed. As Su Ting trembled, more and more the scroll was unfurled. His clothes were soaked in sweat, and his face was pale. Su Ting had unfurled the second battle scroll to around the fourth layer. At this moment, the monstrous battle intent coming from the scroll was extremely dense. A storm appeared out of nowhere and swept across the area. There was a thunderous rumble and black light flash from the scroll, causing Su Ting to be shrouded in black light. Su Ting's mind trembled, but there was an unyielding will in his heart. He clenched his teeth and let out a roar. He activated all the celestial origin energy in his body and mercilessly pulled. With a bang, the scroll was opened by 70%. Li Yunzi suddenly stood up, and his eyes were filled with unimaginable joy. At the instant the scroll was 70% opened, a beast roar rang out. A large amount of black fog suddenly surged out from the scroll and turned into a giant beast that charged at Su Ting to devour him. Hold on. Li Yunzi's eyes were filled with anticipation. Su Ting's body trembled. As the giant beast closed in, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and was knocked back. Popping sounds echoed as a large amount of blood mist came out from his body. He let out a miserable smile as he landed more than 100 feet away. As for the battle scroll, it immediately folded up and floated in the air without moving, as if nothing had happened. Li Yunzi let out a sigh. Although Su Ting couldn't resist the beast spirit formed by the battle intent, he was already very outstanding among all the people who had tried to open the second scroll. He waved his right hand, and the scroll flew toward Wang Lin. Li Yunzi's expression was gloomy, and he said, "Su Mu, it's your turn." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he grabbed the scroll and looked at Li Yunzi. He had no relationship with Li Yunzi, but he had already guessed that Li Yunzi wouldn't let him see the second scroll for a simple reason. Now that he saw Su Ting's miserable state, he was even more certain. Most importantly, Wang Lin clearly noticed that the sliver of origin energy Su Ting had obtained after reading the first scroll was absorbed by the giant beast. This battle scroll is interesting. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he held the battle scroll and suddenly opened it. With a whoosh, the battle scroll was opened by a sliver by Wang Lin. The fierce ancient flame rushed out toward Wang Lin as if it wanted to devour him. Li Yunzi stared at Wang Lin. In truth, although Li Yunzi valued Wang Lin, he didn't have high expectations for him. Wang Lin wasn't the first outsider he had allowed to see the battle scroll. However, over the years, even if there were people who had opened it, at most they had opened it more than half. No one had opened it completely. However, what happened just now caused Li Yunzi's perception of Wang Lin to change. Wang Lin was able to negotiate conditions with him and borrow Shimizu's power to suppress him. Although all of this sounded simple, how many people in the cultivation world could grasp the timings so accurately? More importantly, how many people in the cultivation world would dare to do this before him? Compared to Su Ting, he was more looking forward to Wang Lin's performance. As the fierce, ancient flame closed in on him, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. In his eyes, this so-called fierce, ancient flame couldn't compare to the might of his ancient god body. It was like a small beast standing before him. No matter how much it roared, it was still weak. While calmly, Wang Lin slowly opened the scroll. As he opened it, the fierce, ancient flame became even stronger. The roars turned into a gust of wind that swept toward Wang Lin. However, this wind couldn't move Wang Lin's body. Li Yunzi's pupils shrank and shined brightly as he stared at Wang Lin. At this moment, more than 100 feet away, a majority of Su Ting's celestial origin energy had collapsed. He looked at Wang Lin with endless hatred and complication in his eyes. Wang Lin's movements weren't fast. After opening 30% of the scroll, he let out a cold snort and didn't waste any more time. He opened his hands and unexpectedly opened 70% of the scroll. At this instant, the giant beast that had devoured Su Ting let out a heaven-shaking roar and charged toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he stared at the giant beast charging at him and shouted, "Evil creature, you dare!" This roar was like a bolt of thunder that echoed across the entire cultivation planet. Even the mountain under Wang Lin's feet rumbled and showed signs of collapsing. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the ground, as if an earth dragon was rumbling. If he encountered a powerful cultivator, Wang Lin wouldn't be very strong. However, at this moment, a mere ancient beast couldn't shake Wang Lin at all. Wang Lin was an ancient god. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary ancient god, but a real 5-star royal ancient god. With a roar, the giant beast let out a whimper and was pushed back toward Wang Lin. Its eyes were filled with fear and horror, but it was scared back into the scroll by Wang Lin's words. In that instant, it clearly felt an aura that made it tremble erupt from the cultivator in front of it. This aura was extremely clear in its long memories. It was an existence that it didn't dare to provoke. This incredible scene caused Li Yunzi's eyes to widen. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't help but be startled. However, the ecstasy in his heart immediately spread. This Sumu can actually make a spirit beast fear him. In the countless years of my Zhan family, only the ancestor, Zhan Xingye, can do this. Li Yunzi ignored everything else and stared at Wang Lin. Su Ting clenched his fists, but the shock in his eyes was extremely strong. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. After letting out a roar, he opened his hand and completely unfurled the scroll. The word battle danced in the air as if it was going to come out from the scroll. It was extremely shocking. An ancient aura came from the word battle. In an instant, there was a reflection of the word battle in each of Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, Wang Lin's vision blurred, and he was immersed in a strange realm. It was still the same boundless starry sky and the same white-robed old man. However, the old man was sitting cross-legged at this moment. He was drawing in the air with 2 fingers on his right hand, continuously writing the word battle. The old man reached the realm of void 30,000 years ago and found the path of the celestial realm. He didn't leave any inheritors, and all his cultivation was focused on the word battle. At this moment, he is about to break this boundary. In order to avoid failure and regret his life, he left behind 6 battle scrolls. If someone in the future obtains all of them, they will be the inheritor of the old man. As the old man muttered to himself, his right hand suddenly paused, and tens of thousands of battle characters of different sizes filled the area. When the old man pointed with his right hand, the countless battle characters suddenly gave off a dense black light. In the blink of an eye, they gathered before the old man's finger and formed a single word: battle. The old man's voice was calm, but the moment he said one word, the word battle trembled and turned into a ray of black light that disappeared into the void. Wang Lin's body trembled, and the reflection of the word battle disappeared from his eyes. He became sober. Li Yunzi took a few steps forward. His eyes were filled with excitement, and he urgently said, "Did you see it?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yunzi waved his sleeves, and Su Ting, who was more than 100 feet away, was thrown countless kilometers away by a gust of wind. Li Yunzi suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "Now tell me what you saw." Wang Lin slowly said, "Inheritance. Inheritance. It is indeed an inheritance. The disappearance of the ancestor must have a great connection to this inheritance." Li Yunzi's expression changed. He naturally had a way to know if what Wang Lin had said was true, but now there was no need. The fact that Wang Lin could say inheritance was enough to prove everything. Back then, when ancestor Zhan Xingye saw the second scroll, he also said something similar. Chapter 949. Back then, the ancestor, Zhan Xingye, finally opened the third scroll after many years of studying it. However, after looking at the third scroll, his expression was very strange. He went into closed-door cultivation with the third scroll and didn't appear for 1,000 years. One day, 1,000 years later, he was found by the family. There was only the third scroll and a jade, but there was no sign of the ancestor. If it wasn't for the ancestor's disappearance, not even the Thunder Celestial Temple would have dared to provoke my Jean family. Even that ancient cultivation family was the same. As long as the ancestor is alive, my Jean family is glorious. However, all of this changed with the disappearance of the ancestor. Every generation wants to find the ancestor. The ancestor didn't die, or else the life token on the ancestral tablet would have broken. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Li Yunzi's mind. There were 3 people in the Jean family who could see the second scroll, but none of them could open the third scroll. He had never told anyone about this, not even the juniors of the family. They all thought that he and the elders of the family could see the third scroll. Even Zhang Konglai thought the same. Li Yunzi bitterly smiled in his heart. He knew that 3 people in the family, including himself, could see the second scroll, but that was it. None of them could immerse their mind into it like Su Mu could. This had nothing to do with cultivation or even talent. However, Li Yunzi couldn't figure out the exact reason. Li Yunzi silently pondered for a long time as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Su Mu, if you look at the third scroll, what kind of price would the old man have to pay? Speak." Li Yunzi pondered for a long time as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly spoke. In truth, he still had his own selfish motives. Aside from finding the ancestor, the most important thing was that the jade left behind by the ancestor, Zhan Xingye, had said something. If someone in my Zhan family can obtain that inheritance, it will be enough to reach the peak. Wang Lin silently pondered, and after a long time, he shook his head. With my current cultivation, I shouldn't be able to open the third scroll. When he flipped through the second battle scroll, a wave of origin energy surged from it and entered his third eye between his eyebrows. This has nothing to do with cultivation. Try it. Li Yunzi, will do my best to satisfy your request. Li Yunzi's right hand hit the spot between his eyebrows. Dense, black light came from his forehead and a scroll flew out. This scroll was the third battle book. Li Yunzi took a deep breath as he grabbed the third battle scroll and sent it toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it. The moment his right hand touched it, he immediately felt an aura that caused his mind to tremble. This aura was much, much stronger than the aura from the second picture. I absolutely cannot open this scroll painting. Wang Lin's eyebrows twitched. He immediately felt a shocking sense of danger from the scroll. He had a feeling that if he opened the scroll recklessly, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a trace of it. Senior Li Yunzi, unless I'm courting death, I will have no chance of surviving after opening this scroll. Wang Lin looked at Li Yunzi and threw the third scroll back. Li Yunzi's expression sank. However, Senior Li Yunzi can rest assured. Junior also wants to look at the third battle scroll. If one day my cultivation level is high enough, I'll naturally find Senior to look at it. However, if I look at it now and am killed by the aura inside, I fear Senior will have to find someone else. Wang Lin retreated a few steps and calmly said. He was certain that Li Yunzi wouldn't attack him. Of course, if Li Yunzi really attacked without any hesitation, Wang Lin would be prepared. Even if he couldn't beat Li Yunzi, he could escape and delay until Shimizu arrived. As Li Yunzi stared at Wang Lin, hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He naturally knew the danger of looking at the third scroll. Over the countless years, anyone who tried to open the third scroll would immediately die. Even now, he did not dare to open it to take a look. Moreover, this Su Mu had done a great service for the Luo Tian. If he were to imprison this person by force, or if this person really died after looking at the third scroll, Master Flamespark would definitely interfere. Although Li Yunzi didn't care about this matter, he was certain that Master Flamespark wouldn't become enemies with him during this battle for Amir Jr. However, what he cared about was Shimizu. In his view, this Shimizu was a madman. It was hard to say if he would get angry and pursue the matter of Su Mu. This Shimizu fought against Blood God for Su Mu and killed the people of the Thunder Celestial Temple during the Celestial Title competition. If I really keep this Su Mu here, I fear it will bring disaster upon myself. Li Yunzi's expression was gloomy. He still had some scruples. This Su Mu wasn't as easy to keep as he thought. In these countless years, the old man has only met this Su Mu who can see through the domain inside the scroll. If he dies, who knows how long it will take for me to find him. If I show goodwill to him, then there's still a chance. Li Yunzi pondered for a bit before laughing. His eyes were filled with admiration, and he nodded. Good, not arrogant and not rash. You are indeed worthy of being my Luo Tian's Thunder Celestial. Su Mu, although my Zhan family doesn't have the Xiang family's method to revive your soul, we do have a method to strengthen your foundation. In the future, when you look for the old man to see the third scroll, the old man won't let you suffer a loss and will teach you this method. With the power of the entire family, I'll promise you one thing. Anything is fine as long as my Zhan family can do it. Li Yunzi had put in a lot of effort. Wang Lin's face was filled with gratitude, and he respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior. Senior can rest assured about this matter." Li Yunzi smiled and nodded. "Forget it. Since you have an appointment with Shimizu, you can leave first." Wang Lin clasped his hands and said his goodbyes. He took a few steps back toward Li Yunzi and disappeared into the distance. After Wang Lin left, Li Yunzi's expression immediately became gloomy, and he muttered, "Master Flamespark won't argue with me over such a small matter. Only Shimizu. However, this Shimizu won't live for long. Once Shimizu dies, Sumu, old man, I want to see how you will escape." After Wang Lin left the cultivation planet, his expression also became gloomy, and he quickly left. When Li Yunzi summoned him, he had to come. If he didn't come, he would have offended Li Yunzi. Since he was going to borrow the Luo Tian to avoid the crisis in the future, he couldn't ignore Li Yunzi's summons. Moreover, the two of them hadn't completely fallen out, so there was no reason for him not to come. Since he had to go, with Wang Lin's cunning, he naturally wouldn't be unprepared. Even if Shimizu hadn't made the appointment in 10 days, he would have asked for Shimizu's help. Moreover, according to Wang Lin's analysis, coming to see Li Yunzi wasn't without any benefits, and the facts proved that his analysis was correct. Not only had he obtained a sliver of source origin energy, he had also learned the origin of the battle scrolls, and he had also obtained a Lufu blood ball. If he hadn't come to see Li Yunzi, the trouble in the future would have been several times worse. Li Yunzi was, after all, one of the old monsters of the Luo Tian clan. As he flew, Wang Lin thought about what had just happened. His expression gradually calmed down, and he sneered as he disappeared among the stars. He found a giant rock floating among the stars. Wang Lin sat down on it and waited for Shimizu to approach. Several days later, ripples echoed before Wang Lin, and Shimizu walked out. The moment he appeared, a powerful smell of blood spread out. Behind Shimizu, heads filled with despair floated out one by one. There were no less than 100 of them. Wang Lin opened his eyes and bitterly smiled. Shimizu's cultivation level was even higher than it was 10 days ago. It was obvious that he had devoured a lot of cultivators. These people are all cultivators of the slaughter realm that are good at hiding. If we want to go to the slaughter realm, we need these heads. As Shimizu spoke, he waved his right hand, and the heads behind him floated out to form a ring before him. Celestial spell, netherworld spell. Shimizu's hands formed a seal, and the celestial origin energy in his body surged. Then he pointed forward, and a head suddenly exploded. Large amounts of blood mist filled the area, and popping sounds echoed. In the blink of an eye, all 100 heads had exploded. The dense blood mist filled the area, and as Shimizu waved his right hand, it began to rotate faster and faster. In the end, the souls of more than 100 cultivators filled the area, and their miserable screams echoed around Wang Lin. Netherworld Guide. The moment Qin Shui's cold voice echoed, the mournful cries of the hundreds of remnant souls became even more intense. They gathered in the depths of the vortex and formed something that looked like a black hole. All the memories of the remnant souls related to the location of the slaughter realm were gathered together to form a guiding path. It gathered the thoughts of hundreds of cultivators about the slaughter realm and turned it into a guiding path. This was the celestial spell Netherworld Guide. The vortex formed by the guidance of more than 100 cultivators extended endlessly as it rotated. In an instant, it seemed to break through the void, and inside the black hole was a dark red world. Buildings that looked like giant swords piercing through the void stood erect, and a wave of murderous aura spread out. There was a tall tower at the center. This tower was more than 10,000 feet tall, and black chains extended from the tower to the surrounding buildings. This was the Slaughter Realm. This spell is very practical, and it was my favorite in the past. There was a flash of killing intent in Shimizu's eyes. He took out a jade and wrote down the chant before throwing it at Wang Lin. Without hesitation, he stepped into the vortex. Wang Lin bitterly smiled as he accepted the jade. He thought that what Shimizu liked was the speed and convenience of killing his way into his opponent's home. His body also flickered, and he and Shimizu walked into the vortex one after the other. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the slaughter domain, which immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators here. But in an instant, a cold voice resounded out. "This lord is the Thunder Celestial Realm's Shimizu. Today I'm going to destroy this realm." The moment this voice appeared, it turned into a storm of slaughter that rose from the ground. It turned into a monstrous killing intent that swept across the entire slaughter realm. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, countless sword-shaped buildings collapsed and self-destructed. What exactly is Senior Brother Shimizu hiding in the slaughter realm to make him so angry after extracting esteemed Xian Bao's memory? Wang Lin stepped out of the vortex and coldly looked at the slaughter realm. Chapter 950. The Cultivation Alliance had 2 temples for temples and 8 realms. The slaughter realm was its own world. Countless years ago, the first realm lord of the slaughter realm used a spatial rift left behind by the rain celestial realm as his realm. He collected all the precious iron in the world to forge 99 heaven-raising swords. From then on, these 99 heaven-raising swords became a very unique building in the Slaughter Realm. In the Cultivation Alliance, the Slaughter Realm was very famous. Over the tens of thousands of years, it had contributed a lot to the Cultivation Alliance. Whether it was the battle with the 4 divine sect or the change in Serene, there were traces of the Slaughter Realm. On a rank 6 cultivation planet, not many people knew about the Slaughter Realm. However, once you reach rank 7, the name of the Slaughter Realm was like thunder to your ears. On a rank 7 cultivation planet, once one's cultivation reached a certain level, they wouldn't be willing to lose their soul peace. As a result, the Slaughter Realm had full authority to deal with this matter. Through the rain of blood, the Slaughter Realm was able to create an unparalleled ferocity. Of course, there were many cultivators that the Slaughter Realm couldn't capture or kill. These people were dealt with by the other Cultivation Alliance forces. The Slaughter Realm could be said to be the Cultivation Alliance's sharp blade against the outside world. Anyone that was recruited by the Slaughter Realm was a person that had killed countless people. For tens of thousands of years, the Slaughter Realm had maintained 99 core cultivators. If someone died, they would immediately replace them. Aside from these 99 core cultivators, there were also many outer disciples. There were many of them, and they were led by the 99 core cultivators. Aside from these, there were also the Realm Lord and Vice Realm Lord. It could be said that the Slaughter Realm was like a cultivation sect, but it was several times more powerful than most cultivation sections. Very few people in the Alliance dared to provoke the Slaughter Realm. Even some powerful cultivators would feel a headache when they mentioned the Slaughter Realm. Not only were the people of the Slaughter Realm filled with slaughter, they were also very good at hiding. If they missed an attack, they would immediately retreat thousands of kilometers and hide all traces. Since the birth of the Slaughter Realm, there had never been a case of someone killing their way into their home. If there had been, then Wang Lin's incident could only be considered barely. However, today all of this completely changed when Shimizu's cold voice echoed. Large amounts of the large, sword-shaped buildings in the Slaughter Realm collapsed. Countless pieces of metal fell off and turned into a storm that swept across the Slaughter Realm. Bursts of roars and exclamations echoed as countless black shadows charged out from the storm. They were all cultivators in black. These cultivators were young and old, and their cultivation levels ranged from the illusory Een stage to the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. Most of them were between the Een and Yang stage, and a few in Nirvana Scryer. Sumu, can you help me with these small fries? Qing Shui stepped out and walked past the black-robed cultivators. His voice was like a cold wind blowing over 10,000-year-old ice. Senior brother, rest assured, as Wang Lin spoke, he realmed cultivators in black, he realmed cultivators in. He said realm cultivators, alliance, and had, and Dao realm cultivators. Senior brother, rest assured, as Wang Lin spoke, he also stepped forward. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch without hesitation. There was a heaven-shaking rumble, and a sonic boom echoed before Wang Lin. The void collapsed inch by inch and swept forward. The endless storm formed by Wang Lin's punch gathered at one point and shot out. Even a late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator's expression would change greatly, and they would quickly retreat. If they were one step late, they would be killed. Before Wang Lin were several illusory Een cultivators who had killed many. The moment they closed in, their expressions changed greatly as they were hit by Wang Lin's punch. Popping sounds echoed from their bodies and large amounts of blood sprayed out. The person in front didn't have any ability to resist and collapsed. As blood and flesh splattered everywhere, the cultivators on the side were also filled with fear. They wanted to dodge, but at this moment, they could clearly feel that their surroundings were locked down by a mysterious force. They couldn't escape at all. Bang, 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 bang. The bodies of these cultivators all collapsed, and their origin souls flew out with serious injuries. Wang Lin's hand reached out and grabbed them. All of this happened in an instant. It was unbelievably fast, and the hearts of the surrounding slaughter realm cultivators trembled. Sumu. He is the Luo Tian Thunder, Celestial Sumu. Someone immediately recognized Wang Lin's identity. Wang Lin's expression was cold. There were hundreds of cultivators before him. Although there were many, he didn't consider them a threat. If it was before he became a 5-star royal ancient god, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to resist these cultivators at all. However, now everything was different. Wang Lin took a step forward. Ripples echoed under his feet, and he disappeared without a trace. Spatial bending. An early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with unimaginable shock and terror. His scalp went numb, and he was scared out of his wits, but he retreated without hesitation. He can actually use spatial bending. No matter how many people my slaughter realm has, it will be extremely difficult to injure him. Wang Lin's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was behind an illusory Een cultivator. The moment he reappeared, his right fist landed on the illusory Een cultivator's back. This person didn't even have the qualifications to dodge or detect it. His body trembled, and popping sounds came from his body. A powerful force rushed into his body, causing all his bones to break and his flesh to collapse. After grabbing this person's origin soul, Wang Lin disappeared. Set the formation. A mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator shouted with bloodshot eyes. However, just as he shouted, his expression changed greatly. He suddenly turned around and spat out a ray of red light. There was a finger-long flying sword within the red light, and it let out a sharp howl as it charged forward. As it howled, thousands of souls instantly filled the area, and as they let out mournful roars, the power of the flying sword reached a peak. This sword is pretty good. A cold voice came from all directions. Wang Lin stepped out from the void before the mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. His right hand reached out, and in an instant his right hand grew countless times until it became the palm of an ancient god. He grabbed the flying sword and pulled it back. The mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator let out a muffled groan, and his face turned pale. This flying sword was his life treasure, and now that Wang Lin had grabbed it, the connection between him and it was severed, causing him to be seriously injured. But more than that, he was terrified. He was able to take my life treasure so easily. This person, what exactly is his cultivation level? This mid-stage Nirvana scryer cultivator was famous even in the slaughter realm. His status was even higher than the slaughter servant, Yu Fei. However, at this moment, he was truly afraid. When he thought about how Yu Fei had escaped back to the slaughter realm, he was still killed by a giant hand like the one before. This made his scalp go numb. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated and slapped his bag of holding. A large amount of jades flew out, and he shouted, "Explode!" These jade slips suddenly exploded with a loud bang, forming a huge impact. All of this happened in a flash. After putting away the flying sword, Wang Lin didn't stop and charged out. The explosions formed by the countless jades had no effect on Wang Lin at all. The mid-stage Nirvana scryer cultivator was filled with disbelief as Wang Lin closed in. Wang Lin's two fingers formed a sword and pointed between the mid-stage Nirvana scryer cultivator's eyebrows. With a bang, the body of this famous mid-stage Nirvana scryer cultivator collapsed. His origin soul was forced out of his body by Wang Lin's finger, and before he could escape, he was caught by Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin truly felt the change in himself. It wasn't that a mid-stage Nirvana scryer cultivator was too weak, but that he, Wang Lin, had become a truly powerful cultivator and had stepped into the ranks of the powerful. As for Shimizu, he let out a laugh and charged toward the tower at the center of the slaughter realm. The moment he closed in, a black-robed old man sitting inside the tower suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a gloomy expression. He was the vice-realm master of the slaughter realm, but his mind trembled. Without hesitation, his body split into two and turned into two identical black-robed old men. One of them waved his right hand, and a crack appeared in the void. There were countless small vortexes moving around the edge of the crack, and hissing sounds came from it. After the crack was torn open, one of them immediately stepped into the crack, and the other let out a cold snort. His body turned into a gust of black wind, and he charged out of the tower. The black wind spread out. The old man in black was too fast, and his expression was gloomy. He appeared before Qing Shui in the blink of an eye and shouted, "Aren't you going too far?" There was a flash of coldness in Shimizu's eyes, and his right hand formed a seal without hesitation. 8 black dragons suddenly appeared and charged at the old man. At the same time, Shimizu's body flickered, and he closed in on the tower. His hand formed a seal, and he calmly said, "Heaven and earth freeze." In an instant, the celestial origin energy in Shimizu's body cycled like crazy, and endless cold energy spread out from his body. Countless raindrops appeared, and the moment they appeared, they turned into ice crystals. With a series of popping sounds, all the ice crystals collapsed, and a ray of blue light swept out. The sky changed colors, and the entire slaughter realm was filled with blue light. It was as if a seal had completely sealed all the exits. Shimizu stepped out from the blue light and pointed forward. The tower collapsed into countless pieces, revealing a crack in the void. There was an old man in black inside the crack. Half of the old man's body was in the void, but he was surrounded by a large amount of blue light. He was constantly struggling, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't step into the crack. Shimizu closed in, and his right hand reached out to pull the old man out of the crack. Just as Shimizu pulled the old man out of the crack, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He quickly jumped up and used the old man to block. Chapter 9:51. Just at this instant, a ray of purple light flew out from the collapsed tower. This ray of purple light split into two. One of them flew toward Wang Lin, and the other pierced through the old man in black. The old man's eyes widened as his body and origin soul collapsed. The second ray of purple light shot toward Shimizu. The purple light shined brightly and filled the world. It unexpectedly suppressed the blue light from Shimizu. When it got close, there was a flash of killing intent in Shimizu's eyes, and a red light appeared on his right index finger. His G realm had recovered, and it had gathered on his finger to collide with the purple light. With a thunderous bang, the purple light was forced back, and in a flash, it turned into a person. This person was a middle-aged man. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Old man, Slaughter Realm's realm, Lord Ling Yunzi, G Realm. So my wife's relic is in your hands. Shimizu also retreated a few steps. He stared at the purple-haired man with monstrous killing intent in his eyes. This Shimizu is a former celestial lord of the Thunder celestial realm. Rumor has it that, after his resurrection, his cultivation hasn't fully recovered. Although he is still very strong, I have a pseudo-nirvana void treasure. Although it is broken, I can still fight him. If I can kill this Shimizu, it will be a great merit for me. The purple-haired man let out a cold snort and charged out, setting off a large amount of purple mist. In a flash, 6 avatars appeared and charged at Shimizu. The Slaughter Realm had a pseudo-nirvana void treasure, but it was very damaged. Even so, it was still very powerful. It was personally given to the first realm lord by the head elder of the Cultivation Alliance as a stabilizing treasure for the Slaughter Realm. As the purple mist spread out, Shimizu charged into it filled with killing intent. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he began a battle with the purple-haired man. Both of them were at the pinnacle of the realm. In an instant, the purple mist was filled with coldness. As for Wang Lin, his expression was ice cold. Whenever his body merged with the world, he would cut down a person. At this moment, his body had just stepped out of the void when he suddenly looked up, and his pupils constricted. A beam of violet light suddenly shot towards Shimizu from afar. This violet light was too fast, and what made Wang Lin's heart sink was that he could sense a trace of Ji within this violet light. Lameter. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. The moment the purple light closed in on him, he quickly retreated. At the same time, his right hand reached at the void, and the ancient god star between his eyebrows appeared. It rotated rapidly, and in an instant, countless specks of light gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. Royal Dermic Artifact, God Vanquishing Spear. The speed at which the crystal light condensed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the god-slaying spear appeared. It wasn't 100 feet long, but an ordinary spear. Wang Lin grabbed it and threw it forward. It collided with the violet light in an instant. There was a thunderous bang that echoed across the world. The violet light collapsed and turned into an indescribable shockwave that spread out like crazy. Some of the cultivators that couldn't dodge in time were hit by the shockwave, and their bodies immediately exploded and they died. The god-slaying spear wasn't damaged at all. It only dimmed a bit and returned to Wang Lin's hand. The royal ancient god treasure can indeed resist this level of G realm. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. The spear in his hand gradually became illusory and disappeared. Unfortunately, with my current cultivation level, I can only create an illusory body. The real god-slaying spear is with Tua's son. As Wang Lin retreated, he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was behind a Slaughter Realm cultivator. His expression was cold as he pointed with one finger. There were less than 100 Slaughter Realm cultivators left, and none of them were weak. At this moment, they all formed seals and began to chant. In an instant, the entire Slaughter Realm trembled and 11 of the large sword-shaped buildings collapsed. 11 rays of light flew out and merged with the void as the surrounding cultivators chanted. A moment later, Wang Lin appeared in the distance, and the 11 rays of light chased after him. They were so fast that they closed in almost an instant. There was a silver flying sword inside each of the 11 rays of light, and each sword contained a monstrous killing intent. These 11 flying swords were forged by the First Realm Lord using the best iron in the world. After being nourished in the Slaughter Realm for tens of thousands of years, they had become peerless weapons. As the 11 flying swords chased after Wang Lin, the mournful cries of the souls of the cultivators killed by the Slaughter Realm echoed. They surrounded the light and chased after Wang Lin like crazy, as if they wanted to pull him in. Good sword. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. These 11 swords were indeed excellent, especially since they were all forged at the same time and had been refined for the same amount of time. They all had their own treasure spirits, so if he had them all, they would be several times better than the 4 origin swords Ling Tianho had refined from the 4 small worlds. If I can obtain these 99 flying swords, then even if my cultivation level isn't enough to face Ling Tianho, I should be able to fight him with treasures. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips. There are indeed a lot of treasures in the slaughter realm. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. He knew that Shimizu didn't need him much when he asked him to come. Shimizu wanted to give him a great fortune to repay him for taking care of him in the void. Just at this moment, 3 people flew out from the surrounding cultivators. 2 of them were at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, and the third was an old man. His cultivation level was very high. He was at the late stage of Nirvana Scryer. This old man didn't move forward after Wang Lin and Shimizu appeared. He carefully hid behind them and only appeared now. The moment they appeared, the old man slapped his bag of holding and 4 white jade gourds flew out. These 4 gourds were crystal clear and gave off a soft glow. The moment they appeared, the old man's hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The 4 gourds immediately rotated and spread out before the old man. They faced Wang Lin from afar. "Celestial gourd, please kill this person." The moment the old man spoke, the 4 gourds trembled and 4 milky white auras shot out. The auras turned into the shadows of 4 beautiful women that flew toward Wang Lin. The other 2 people beside the old man used their spells and treasures. One of them hit his forehead with his right hand, and a black origin core flew out. This origin core gave off a gloomy aura as it rotated. The moment it appeared, the cultivator shouted, 10,000 water! The origin core trembled and immediately turned into black water. It grew with the wind and soon covered half the sky. It was like a giant wave that swept toward Wang Lin. The last cultivator gave off a large amount of blood light, and his skin was covered in bloodlines. He looked extremely ferocious as his hand formed a seal, and he mercilessly pointed forward and shouted, "Blood celestial net." Popping sounds echoed inside the cultivator's body. The countless bloodlines on his skin penetrated his body and formed a large blood net that wrapped around Wang Lin. The 3 of them used their most powerful spells and treasures. While Wang Lin was being chased by the 11 rays of light, they launched a crazy attack. It wasn't just the 3 of them. The surrounding cultivators all activated their origin energy and used various spells to attack Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sneered. Without hesitation, he spat out an item. It was the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. The moment the stamp appeared, waves of mournful howls came from within it like a storm. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand. His finger was like a spell that could unlock a seal. The 18 Hell doors opened and countless vengeful souls rushed out. "Magic Arsenal!" Wang Lin shouted. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the countless souls filled the area. One of them was the soul of the Blood Ancestor, who threw his head back and let out a roar. After Wang Lin used Magic Arsenal, he didn't pay any more attention to it. His target was the 11 rays of light chasing after him. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he didn't retreat. As he retreated, his hand reached out, and an ancient god hand appeared to grab one of the rays of light. Just as he grabbed it, Wang Lin felt a sharp pain in his palm. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he grabbed the crystal light and quickly retreated. Origin energy surged inside his body, and ancient god power surged. He mercilessly squeezed, but was surprised to find that the crystal light didn't shatter. This caused the crystal light to rebound violently. Tens of thousands of souls with twisted faces appeared outside the crystal light and tried to devour Wang Lin. Many of my spells are related to souls. Just tens of thousands of souls, and you dare to be arrogant before me. At this moment, the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with a hint of thunder. His nascent divinity was that of a primordial lightning dragon, and he could wield the power of lightning between heaven and earth. At this moment, a vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and his nascent divinity rushed out, revealing his primordial lightning dragon form, and roared at the sky. Roar! With a roar, the world trembled and bursts of thunder gathered from all directions. In an instant, the slaughter realm became a hell of thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the sky and caused the ears of the surrounding cultivators to ring. Even Shimizu and the purple-haired man, who were fighting in the purple mist, looked over. Shimizu's eyes were filled with admiration, but the purple-haired man's expression was as gloomy as water. Endless thunder filled the air and seemed to gather all the thunder in the world. All the thunder had to submit to Wang Lin's roar and rush toward the ray of light in his right hand. It was as if Wang Lin was holding all the thunder in his hand and was attracting all the thunder in the world. "You submit to me." Wang Lin let out a roar, and the tens of thousands of souls around the ray of light were no longer ferocious. Instead, they were filled with fear. As the endless thunder closed in, they revealed expressions of submission. The ray of light collapsed with a bang, and a 7-foot-long silver sword appeared in Wang Lin's hand. The tens of thousands of souls all entered the sword. This sword had the word 9 engraved on it. It let out a hum and submitted to Wang Lin. Although it was no longer competing, the third chapter was still brewing. "Everyone, don't worry, it will appear in the next few days." His idea was that the third chapter had to be exciting. Otherwise, if it wasn't exciting, it would be better not to do it at all. Everyone could think about the previous chapters. His idea was that the third chapter had to be exciting. Chapter 952. This sword was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide. It gave off a silver glow like moonlight, and it gave off a sharp aura. It floated in Wang Lin's hand, and the sound of the sword humming echoed. Wang Lin's right hand hit the sword, and his divine sense imprinted on it. The sword hummed loudly, and a ray of sword energy flew out. It surrounded the sword and floated around Wang Lin. "This is indeed a good sword." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with joy. He turned around and charged toward the next flying sword. The surrounding slaughter realm cultivators couldn't stop Wang Lin at all. At this moment, he was surrounded by the battle souls created by magic arsenal, and endless thunder descended. Wang Lin stepped forward, and his right hand reached toward the void. Another struggling sword was grabbed by Wang Lin. This sword struggled violently, as if it was humiliated by Wang Lin's hand. As it struggled, it let out a heaven-shattering sword hymn. At this instant, the remaining 9 swords let out sword hymns and charged at Wang Lin. Their speed was unbelievably fast. As it closed in, the 9 swords fused into one. It gave off a sharp sword energy and stabbed toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. As he retreated, the sword in his hand struggled even more. He let out a cold snort and no longer suppressed it. His left hand formed a seal, and seals appeared on the sword. After sealing the sword, Wang Lin threw it into his bag of holding. At this moment, the giant sword formed by the 9 flying swords closed in with endless sword energy. The dense sword energy gave off a cold aura, and Wang Lin could feel it. It was as if the wind could break through his body and directly enter his origin soul. Just at this moment, a dark red light suddenly flashed in the distant plains of the slaughter domain. A middle-aged man in a red robe flashed out. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, he moved like lightning and arrived at the center of the battle. He waved his right hand, and the beautiful figures formed by the 4 white jade gourds broke through all the obstacles and charged at Wang Lin. The middle-aged man followed closely behind. He seemed to turn into a ray of red smoke as he charged at Wang Lin. He had been hiding here for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to attack. He didn't dare to provoke Shimizu, and he even dreaded Sumu. He looked at the surrounding cultivators and sneered. "It looks like Master Devil God has the same plan as me. Unfortunately, I didn't participate when the Alliance recruited Nirvana cleanser cultivators. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so nervous today." Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he didn't hesitate to step forward. He crossed paths with the 9 swords, and his right hand formed a seal. He pointed behind him and muttered, "Call the wind." In an instant, black wind appeared and turned into 3 black dragons. They surrounded Wang Lin and charged out. The four beautiful figures wrapped around one of the black dragons. The black dragon's cold eyes revealed a hint of confusion. However, the other two black dragons didn't stop at all and charged at the red smoke the middle-aged man had turned into. A laugh echoed, and the red smoke dissipated, revealing the middle-aged man. His eyes were like torches as he moved forward. He seemed to be transparent as he passed between the two black dragons and closed in on Wang Lin. Sumu, don't hide your cultivation. To be able to remain unscathed among so many illusory yin and yang nirvana scryer cultivators, you must be a nirvana cleanser cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had suspected that there were no nirvana cleanser cultivators in the slaughter realm. However, his divine sense was still at the early stage of nirvana scryer, so he couldn't detect the existence of nirvana cleanser cultivators. However, the moment he saw the middle-aged man, Wang Lin immediately felt an aura that was different from Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, but far stronger than Nirvana Scryer cultivators. Nirvana Cleanser. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. To be more accurate, this was the second time he had battled a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. The first time was the Blood Ancestor, and the second time was the middle-aged man before him. This person's aura isn't as strong as the Blood Ancestors. He should be at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser. As the middle-aged man closed in, he waved his right hand. The 9 swords trembled and hovered around the middle-aged man. It let out a sword hymn of submission. I'll use this person to see my true strength. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He no longer retreated, and his right hand clenched as he charged forward. Although the middle-aged man looked calm, his heart was nervous. He couldn't see through the true strength of the person before him. On the surface, this Umu was only an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator, which was like heaven and earth compared to him. However, for some reason, the moment he saw Sumu, he felt his heart skip a beat. It was as if there was an extremely powerful aura hidden within Sumu's body, and even he was extremely wary of this aura. This person must be hiding his cultivation level. The middle-aged man didn't underestimate Wang Lin and treated Wang Lin as a cultivator of the same level. His eyes lit up and his right hand formed a seal. Countless specks of light appeared and gathered in his palm, extracting origin energy from the world. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he moved forward. Aside from comprehending laws, the spells of Nirvana Cleanser cultivators could extract origin energy from the world. In truth, this was the strength of Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. They weren't afraid of wasting origin energy and could use it at any time. The middle-aged man pointed forward and shouted, "Great swamp desolate sand." The crystal light condensed from all directions and his hand flashed, but it turned into a large area of black sand. This was not ordinary sand, but the Hongzhe wasteland that was filled with the world's origin energy and transformed by a magical ability. Every grain of sand contained powerful origin energy. In addition, there were many formations inside, and wherever the sand went, there would be a great swamp. As Wang Lin moved forward, his right hand formed a fist. The ancient god stars under his third eye rotated rapidly and fused with his arm as he mercilessly threw a punch. There was a thunderous bang as Wang Lin's punch landed. The giant ancient god arm appeared like a giant's fist and swept forward. The power of an ancient god against the origin energy of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. The great swamp sand covered the sky. As Wang Lin's ancient god fist closed in, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he laughed. Great swamp illusion spell, become real. The endless great swamp sand instantly condensed. As Wang Lin's punch closed in, it unexpectedly condensed into a giant fist that looked exactly the same as Wang Lin's ancient god arm. This was the middle-aged man's spell. The law I've comprehended is the law of illusion. The middle-aged man opened his hand and waved it. The giant arm formed by the great swamp sand collided with Wang Lin's punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy in the slaughter realm and set off a storm. Some of the cultivators that couldn't dodge in time were caught by the storm and were dragged into it. They let out miserable screams and turned into a mist of blood that became part of the storm. In the center of the storm, the middle-aged man's sand arm collapsed with a bang, turning into a large expanse of sand that tumbled back. Wang Lin's body also trembled, and his right arm instantly went numb. A moment later, he felt bursts of pain, and his body was pushed back by the powerful impact. This is a Nirvana cleanser cultivator. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The middle-aged man was even more certain that this Su Mu was hiding his cultivation. Otherwise, if he was a real Nirvana scryer cultivator, there was no way he could resist this illusion. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the origin energy inside his body surged out. The sand before him immediately condensed into a giant sand crane. It let out an earth-shattering cry as it flapped its wings and charged at the retreating Wang Lin. Just at this moment, there was a flash of white light in the distance, and a green-robed old man appeared. He licked his lips, and his eyes lit up as he charged forward. The old man gave up the chance to recruit the alliance because he didn't want to cause trouble. He hid for so long, and if not for the fact that he was worried about Shimizu, he wouldn't have appeared. He would have found a chance to escape this calamity. However, now that Master Empty Fantasy is fighting with Su Mu, it gives me, Master Devil God, a chance to make a contribution. The old man moved very quickly and charged at Wang Lin. As Wang Lin retreated, the old man's eyes revealed a ferocious gaze. His hands formed a seal, and 2 balls of green fire condensed in his palms. This old man had cultivated for his entire life and was extremely cautious. He would never do anything he wasn't confident in. Even in the slaughter realm, he was the same. Back on the cultivation planet he belonged to, he was extremely cautious. He had spent thousands of years slaughtering countless cultivators and stealing many pills and treasures. Even when he left, no one knew he had done it. In the slaughter domain, he had been cautious to the limit. The timing he chose now could be said to be the best. In an instant, the old man was very close to Wang Lin. He wasn't afraid of being detected by Wang Lin. As he moved forward, his origin energy spread out, causing the surrounding origin energy to distort. I want to see how you will use spatial bending. There was a flash of killing intent in Master Devil God's eyes. He was like an arrow released from the bow as he let out a roar and waved his hand. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The purple mist in the sky churned, and a miserable groan came from within. 7 purple figures fell from the sky, straight to the ground below. These 7 purple figures collapsed one by one, and in the end, only one was left. Chapter 953. This purple body was the Slaughter Realm's Realm Lord. His face was pale, blood was coming out from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. A ray of red lightning descended from the purple mist. It was too fast, but it didn't charge at the purple-haired man. Instead, it charged at Master Devil God. Master Devil God's expression changed greatly, and he wanted to dodge. However, with Shimizu's G-Realm, he wasn't qualified to dodge. The G-Realm directly pierced through his chest. The old man's eyes dimmed, and his body collapsed. It could be said that this person had the easiest death among all the Nirvana cleanser cultivators. Even when his consciousness dissipated, there was still endless melancholy surrounding him. The red lightning didn't stop after piercing through the old man's body. It swept through the area, and popping sounds echoed. At this moment, the bodies of almost all the surrounding cultivators collapsed. This was the power of Shimizu's G-Realm. Wang Lin was prepared to open his third eye and use his source origin energy when Master Devil God closed in. However, with Shimizu's help, he didn't hesitate to charge at Master Empty Fantasy. The purple mist in the sky churned and rapidly shrank until it was the size of a fist. It floated above Shimizu's palm. There was also a purple phoenix hairpin floating beside Shimizu. Shimizu's gaze toward the hairpin was gentle. However, when he looked at the Slaughter Realm cultivators below, the gentleness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with endless indifference. He stepped down from the sky. If I, Shimizu, want to slaughter, I won't leave anyone alive. The purple-haired man's face was pale. Without hesitation, he formed a seal with his right arm and pointed at the air. His entire right arm collapsed with a bang, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that spun rapidly before him. A gap was opened, and he was about to enter the gap without any hesitation. Using the things I left behind to accompany my dead wife as a treasure, all of you deserve to die. As Shimizu spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed. With this, Shimizu let out a gloomy voice. Immortal technique, landslide. After he spoke, the earth of the slaughter realm trembled and 6 giant mountains appeared out of nowhere. These 6 mountains were more than 20,000 feet tall, and the moment they appeared, a powerful pressure filled the world. The moment Shimizu's landslide came out, the 6 towering mountains swayed and combined into one, forming a real mountain that was almost no different from a real mountain. The words "mountain crumbled" caused the mountain to tremble. A large amount of black smoke immediately sprayed out from the top of the mountain. At the instant it filled the sky and earth, a dark red flame immediately sprayed out from the mountain. The temperature of the flames was so high that they could wipe out all living things. When they were spat out, the flames turned into huge rocks that emitted black smoke and smashed down from the sky. The earth shook as if it was the end of the world. Patches of poisonous dust covered the sky, causing everything in the world to turn into ruins. There were also waves of lava that spread down from the top of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter realm was filled with endless heat and a destructive aura. This lava contained the power of the heavens and earth, and it could destroy everything in the world. Some of the cultivators in the slaughter realm were poisoned by the dust. They let out miserable screams, and their bodies withered. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the void. There were even some who struggled in the magma, but the temperature of the magma was too high. Even though they used spells and magic treasures, they still couldn't escape this calamity. The crack the purple-haired man opened immediately collapsed under the impact of the landslide. His face turned pale, and he quickly retreated. He was at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer, and had used a broken pseudo-Nirvana Void treasure, but he still couldn't resist Shimizu. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to quickly escape. Unfortunately, I'm the only Nirvana Shatterer cultivator in the slaughter realm, and most of the Nirvana Cleanser cultivators have gone to the Alliance headquarters. Otherwise, they would have enough power to help me use the 99 sword formation. However, even with the 99 sword formation, I fear I won't be able to resist this spell. There was also Master Empty Fantasy. He gave up on fighting Wang Lin and quickly retreated. When he saw Wang Lin chasing after him, he cursed in his heart and threw the 9 swords back. He knew that Wang Lin cared about the 9 swords and wanted to use them to get rid of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he gave up on chasing. His right hand reached out and grabbed the 9 swords. The 9 swords began to struggle violently. Shimizu's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He pushed his hands up and shouted, "Mountain, first collapse!" After Qing Shui's words echoed, the flames spitting out from the mountain and the magma flowing on the ground began to boil and charged into the sky. As it charged into the sky, it suddenly collapsed and turned into an unimaginable shockwave that spread across the slaughter realm. More than 10 cultivators screamed miserably as they were surrounded by the flames and magma. They turned to black ashes and dissipated. Second collapse. Shimizu shouted once more. The entire slaughter realm trembled and the top of the mountain collapsed. Even more magma, flames, and endless dust sprayed out. Third collapse. Shimizu's hands formed a seal and he pointed at the mountain. At this moment, the mountain truly collapsed with a bang. Countless gravel scattered in all directions, and a large amount of flames swept across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky was completely covered. There was only flames in the sky, and nothing else. As the mountain collapsed, the endless magma turned into a sea of flames, turning into countless waves of magma that instantly occupied the entire land. The sky was filled with endless flames. The earth was filled with magma, and at the center of the flames was a dense, poisonous dust. Miserable screams echoed. In a short period of time, aside from the purple-haired man and Master Empty Fantasy, all the other cultivators were killed. Even Master Void Fantasy's origin energy was about to dissipate, and his eyes were filled with shock. The purple-haired man bitterly smiled and gave up resisting. He looked at Shimizu with a complicated gaze. He knew that Shimizu didn't have any intention of killing him, or else he would have died inside the purple mist. All the buildings in the slaughter domain melted. Not a single trace of them remained. Wang Lin stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him. He didn't expect this mountain crumble to be so powerful. This is the celestial spell. Mountain crumble. Shimizu waved his sleeve, and 88 rays of silver light flew out from the magma on the ground. Shimizu reached out, and the 88 rays of silver light condensed into a ball before throwing it toward Wang Lin. "Since you like it, I'll give it to you." Wang Lin grabbed the ball of silver light and put it inside his bag of holding. Shimizu's body flickered and turned into a black gust of wind that swept up Master Empty Fantasy and the purple-haired man. He mercilessly stepped forward, and the slaughter realm began to collapse. The slaughter realm was originally built in a spatial rift in the celestial realm. As the space collapsed, the slaughter realm turned into countless fragments and was devoured by the void. A giant vortex appeared under Shimizu's feet, and he sank into it. He nodded at Wang Lin and slowly said, "I still have things to do. Sumu, I don't know when we will meet again. You take care." With that, he sank into the vortex and disappeared with Master Empty Fantasy and the purple-haired man. Wang Lin silently pondered as he also stepped into the vortex and left the collapsing slaughter realm. Wang Lin's figure appeared among the stars. He let out a sigh and looked into the distance. After a long time, Wang Lin merged with the void and teleported toward planet Tianyin. In the distance, Shimizu calmly moved forward. Behind him were Master Empty Fantasy and the purple-haired man. The unique mark of the celestial realm flashed between their eyebrows, the slave mark. Shimizu was holding an item in his hand. It was the purple hairpin. Looking at it, Shimizu's eyes gradually softened. However, this softness contained a sense of sadness and longing. Fate makes fools of people. Shimizu had only shed tears twice in his life. The first time was when Shimizu's country was destroyed and his parents died. As a little cultivator, he narrowly escaped with his life. That feeling of grief and indignation made him shed tears. The second time was when he went crazy in the Thunder Celestial Realm. When he woke up and killed the person he loved, he shed tears of regret. This hairpin brought back endless memories and thoughts for Shimizu. He still remembered the day he became Baifan's disciple. He had given this hairpin to her. He could never forget the happy scenes from that day. His heart felt a stabbing pain, and Shimizu shed tears for the third time in his life. Han Yin, memories were like water in the palm of your hand. When they slowly flowed down your fingers, that cold feeling was something you couldn't forget. Just by thinking about it, the sadness would drown you. The scene of the past appeared before Shimizu's eyes. His dead wife's eyes were dim, but her right hand was still holding the hairpin. The tip of the hairpin stopped at the woman's heart and pierced deep inside. Blood flowed down the hairpin and dripped onto the ground. "Shimizu, I didn't die because of you. I died by my own hand. Don't be sad. Don't be sad for the rest of your life. You didn't hurt me." In order to not make Shimizu feel sad and guilty after he woke up, this woman killed herself in front of Shimizu while he was in a state of madness. Her gentle gaze was filled with longing and reluctance. The smile on her face was a silent cry that turned into a force that allowed Shimizu to wake up. At that time, Shimizu woke up because of this scene. The husband in my heart is a man of indomitable spirit. He won't give up on his entire life because of a single mistake. He won't be muddle-headed for the rest of his life. Instead, he will turn all of his power into a belief to find a reason for all of this. Shimizu's eyes were filled with sadness, and he muttered, "Han Yin, don't worry. I'll find a reason for all of this." Chapter 954. Wang Lin's figure moved through the stars like an illusion. He didn't go directly to planet Tianyun, but used his divine sense to search for Lei Ji, the big-headed boy, and Ta Shan. During the chaotic battle, Wang Lin didn't have time to take care of them, and he disappeared into the void. It wasn't until now that he had some free time after coming out from the void. Wang Lin even lost contact with Ta Shan after the battle. However, with the celestial guard seal between him and Ta Shan, it wasn't difficult to find Ta Shan. Wang Lin remembered that the three of them weren't affected by the battle. At this moment, he closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense. After a long time, he vaguely felt a familiar fluctuation in the east. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he opened his eyes and took a step forward. Ripples echoed under his feet, and his figure disappeared among the stars. The Mountain Crumble spell is so powerful. Although I expected Celestial Emperor by Fan's last 3 spells to be even more powerful, this Mountain Crumbles is still beyond my imagination. Mountain crumbles, what kind of enlightenment could allow Celestial Emperor by Fan to create such a powerful spell? I wonder when I'll be able to create my own spell. Far to the east of Wang Lin, there was a giant rock slowly floating. This rock was obviously created when a cultivation planet collapsed. It wasn't neat, and as it floated, some tiny pieces fell off. In the periphery, there was a faint fluctuation of magic power, like a flocculent smoke, constantly drifting and dissipating. This rock looked very ordinary. There were simply too many rocks like this among the stars, so no one would pay any attention to them. Ta Shan was sitting motionlessly inside the rock. Ever since he lost contact with Wang Lin, he had been at a loss. However, although Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's Celestial Guard had lost his origin soul, it still had its own intelligence. It was very different from a puppet that couldn't think. After Tashin sensed that Wang Lin was no longer around, he subconsciously found the boulder and sat down cross-legged to meditate. On this day, Ta Shan, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were calm without any ripples. His body flickered as he walked out of the boulder and stood on top of it. In front of him, a large ripple appeared in the starry sky, and Wang Lin stepped out. When Tashin saw Wang Lin, his expression did not change at all. He only revealed a respectful expression. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's face as he beckoned to Ta Shan. Ta Shan immediately took a step forward and turned into a shadow before disappearing behind Wang Lin. Next is Big Head and Reggie. Wang Lin closed his eyes and silently sensed the mark on Big Head. After a long time, he frowned. Big Head's mark is very weak, as if it can dissipate at any time. He stepped into the starry sky and disappeared into the void. In the starry sky, there was a huge figure taking large strides. Wounds filled with blood covered his body, and with every step he took, there would be more cracks on his body, causing large amounts of blood to flow out. Almost every step caused blood to flow out. The most terrifying thing was that from the first to the 7 vertebrae on his spine, there was a deep hole that gave off a gloomy green light. Apart from that, there were deep pits of green light at the other places where his bones intersected. There were at least a dozen of them, densely packed together. On this person's shoulder was an extremely pale cultivator. This cultivator had a strange body. His head was as big as a bucket, but his body was extremely thin. There was a black handprint on the back of the big-headed cultivator that gave off a foul smell. Black smoke came out from the handprint and sizzled as it fell into the void. In addition, the flesh on the big-headed cultivator's back had sunk in and was rapidly rotting. If it wasn't for the fact that he was using his origin energy to resist, he would have already fainted from the pain. Reggie, let go of me and leave by yourself. Black blood flowed out from the corner of the big-headed cultivator's mouth, and his eyes lost all luster. The giant figure moved even faster. After a long time, a buzzing voice echoed. Big Head, you were injured because you're trying to save me. I, Reggie, am a member of the giant demon clan, so how could I abandon you? Even if I leave by myself, does that mean those pursuers won't chase me? Their target is me. Don't say any more and focus on healing. The big-headed cultivator wryly smiled as he looked at the stars before him. His eyes became even more bleak. He seemed to see his mother from many years ago. His mother didn't scold him, but instead called out to him with a gentle gaze. "Mom!" The big-headed cultivator muttered, and a death aura surrounded his body. In a trance, he saw his family and the people he had killed hundreds of years ago. These people appeared before him one by one and coldly stared at him. The big-headed cultivator's body trembled, and he felt very cold. This coldness was not only in his body, but also in his mind. His childhood memories continued to appear. Am I going to leave? After more than 1,000 years of cultivation, in the end, I still have to leave. The stench from the black handprint on the big-headed cultivator's back became even stronger. As the stench spread, the big-headed cultivator's back became almost completely black. His eyes slowly closed as if they were filled with coldness, and he was about to lose all consciousness. "Big head, hold on. I believe that Master will come find us." Just as the big-headed cultivator was about to close his eyes, Reggie's thunderous roar entered the big-headed cultivator's ears. The big-headed cultivator's body trembled, and he barely managed to open his eyes. He revealed a bitter smile and whispered, "Is that so?" Behind Lei Ji, there were two figures that were 10,000 feet tall, chasing closely. These two figures were like giants, and they chased after Lei Ji with large strides. There was an axe mark flashing non-stop between the eyebrows of these two giants. Their faces were cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. There was a young man sitting on the head of one of the giants. This young man was wearing a blue robe and was extremely handsome, but there was a hint of evil about him. He did not sit completely cross-legged. Instead, he leaned back and held a bunch of small red cherries in his hand. Occasionally, he would put one in his mouth and eat it. His gaze toward Reggie was filled with mockery and determination. The body this young master has set his eyes on has never escaped from the Alliance Star system. I didn't expect to encounter the body of a royal member of a giant demon clan while I was out playing. Not bad, not bad. The old thing at home said that the Alliance Star system is in chaos right now. If I hadn't come out, how could I have encountered this kind of body? The young man ate a cherry and revealed a smile. He opened his mouth and spat out the cherry core. It turned into a ray of light and shot toward Reggie. The cherry core was too fast and caught up to Reggie in the blink of an eye. It turned into a green skeleton and imprinted itself on Reggie's eighth spine. However, just as the green skeleton was about to imprint, a hand reached out from the void and grabbed the skeleton. The hand mercilessly squeezed, and the skeleton exploded. Ripples echoed behind Reggie, and a cold voice came out. "You have guts to hurt my mount and servant. Master." Reggie's body trembled, and he suddenly turned his head. "Master." The big-headed cultivator's eyes suddenly opened and were filled with unimaginable joy. When he came back from drinking and saw that everyone was strongly requesting 3 updates, he was filled with heroic spirit. Chapter 955. As the ripples echoed, Wang Lin walked out. His expression was calm, and he didn't even look at the young man in blue. Instead, he looked at Lei Ji's injuries and Big Head, who was on the verge of death. When he saw the black handprint on Big Head's back, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He reached out with his right hand and pulled Big Head's body toward him. He patted Big Head's back and circulated the origin energy in his body. It surged into Big Head's body. Big Head's face turned red, and he coughed out black blood. This blood gave off a foul smell. At this moment, the young man in blue was still leaning against the wall. He was eating a cherry as he pointed at Wang Lin and casually said, "Sun Gozi, you have possessed this giant demon clan body for some time. That is enough time for you to use your cultivation and kill the person who insulted me." The giant demon clan member beside the young man immediately revealed a respectful expression and said, "As you command." With that, he suddenly turned around and stared at Wang Lin with killing intent in his eyes. He stepped forward, formed a fist, and closed in on Wang Lin with a grin. The moment he closed in, the burly man named Sun Gozi formed a seal with his right hand, and a sea appeared under his feet. This sea formed waves that moved up and down for 1,000 feet. It was as if the burly man was riding the waves as he closed in. "Junior, accept your death." The burly man's right hand pressed forward, and the sea around him seemed to boil. It gathered in his right hand and turned into a sea dragon that charged at Wang Lin. As the sea dragon closed in, there was even the smell of the sea. Wang Lin's right hand was still on Big Head's back. He didn't even look at the sea dragon or the burly man behind it. This burly man was only at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. Forget the fact that Wang Lin was a 5-star royal ancient god. Even with his own origin energy, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill this burly man. Although the physical bodies of the giant demon race were strong, they were still far from being comparable to an ancient god. Wang Lin flicked his left sleeve, and a majestic force immediately burst forth. This power was invisible, but the moment Wang Lin waved his sleeve, cracking sounds came from the space between him and the burly man, as if it was about to shatter. This scene immediately caused the eyes of the blue-clothed young man, who was biting the cherry, to narrow, and he could not help but pause. As for the burly man from the giant demon clan, the moment the sea dragon charged out, it was hit by an unimaginable force. The sea dragon's body trembled, and it let out a miserable hiss. It was forced to stop and was pushed back by the invisible force. The scales on its body fell off and dissipated into seawater. In just an instant, the sea dragon completely dissipated as it tumbled back. As for the burly man, his pupils shrank. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The moment the sea dragon dissipated, the burly man's chest caved in. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. Popping sounds came from his body. Every popping sound would cause a part of the burly man's body to explode into a mist of blood. In just a few breaths of time, the burly man was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with fear, and when he saw Wang Lin's left hand reach toward him, his scalp went numb and his soul almost left his body. "Young master, save me." The blue-clothed young man's expression was gloomy as he suddenly stood up. He grabbed the cherry branch in his right hand and threw it forward. Popping sounds echoed as all the cherries on the branch shattered and turned into a red liquid mixed with countless cherry cores that flew toward Wang Lin. As it sped along, the cherry cores all turned into skulls that emitted blue light. As they were surrounded by a large amount of scarlet liquid, they let out shrill howls. However, the blue-clothed young man was a step too late. The giant demon clan burly man seemed to lose control of his body at this moment. His eyes were filled with fear as he was dragged toward Wang Lin. The speed at which he was pulled was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the giant demon clan burly man was dragged to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin's left hand gently patted the burly man's body. The burly man's eyes dimmed, and he felt an unimaginable force enter his body. This force shook his origin soul and forced it out of his body. The moment the burly man's origin soul left his body, it was grabbed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hand was like a pair of iron pincers. No matter how the burly man struggled, it was useless. At the same time, Wang Lin's right foot kicked the burly man's body. The burly man's body flew forward and collided with a large amount of red liquid and the green skulls. A thunderous bang echoed across the world, and the burly man's body immediately collapsed into countless pieces of flesh and blood. However, the green skeletons strangely sucked in all of the flesh and blood, and they were all sucked in by the skeletons. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, Wang Lin's right hand was still on the big-headed man's back. Large amounts of black smoke came out of the big-headed man's back. The death aura gradually disappeared from the big-headed man's body and was replaced by vitality. "Who the hell are you?" The young man in blue saw all of this, and his mind trembled. He knew that killing an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator so easily, especially one that had possessed the body of a giant demon clan member, was not ordinary. Only someone at the Nirvana Cleanser stage could do this. However, no matter how he looked at the person before him, he was only at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. Wang Lin didn't answer the young man in blue's question. Instead, he raised his right hand and pressed down on the big-headed man's back once more. This time, when Wang Lin's right hand landed, a sliver of water, mist appeared. After his hand landed on the big-headed man's back, the black handprint on the big-headed man's back began to move strangely. When Wang Lin's hand landed, it turned into 5 black souls that intertwined and attempted to devour Wang Lin's palm. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as his right hand landed. Miserable screams that could only be detected by divine sense echoed, and the 5 souls immediately collapsed. At this moment, endless black gas came out from the big-headed man's back like crazy. The big-headed man's body trembled violently, and all the blood in his body flowed backward. Then he coughed out a black blood clot. The blood clot immediately collapsed into a large amount of cold, black mist that dissipated. All of this only took a few breaths of time. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand, coldly looked at the young man in blue, and took a step forward. The blue-robed young man's expression changed greatly. There was no need for him to order the giant demon clan burly man to retreat. The burly man's eyes were filled with fear. He knew that even though his cultivation level was higher than his comrades, in front of an enemy that could easily kill his comrade, he had no chance of survival. As he retreated, the young man in blue's expression became gloomy and he shouted, "I'm a serene inner sect disciple. This is all a misunderstanding. I hope you won't pursue this matter." As he spoke, his right hand quickly formed a seal. Strands of green gas came out from his body and entered his right hand. In the blink of an eye, his right hand was covered in green light. Serene, Wang Lin's expression changed. At this moment, the young man in blue's eyes revealed a vicious gaze. Taking advantage of Wang Lin's pause, his right hand slammed forward and he shouted, "5 ghost een god wheel void." 5 rays of green light flew out from the blue-robed young man's right hand and turned into 5 ghostly shadows. Bursts of mournful roars echoed as the 5 ghostly shadows fused to form a green handprint that shot toward Wang Lin. On this handprint, the 5 ghosts revealed ferocious expressions, and a powerful aura filled the area. It closed in on Wang Lin like lightning. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he casually waved his right hand. A gust of wind appeared and shot toward the handprint. With a bang, the 5 ghosts inside the handprint let out miserable screams and dissipated. Wang Lin stepped forward and mercilessly threw a punch. A thunderous rumble echoed and formed a storm. The young man in blue's face was pale, but he didn't panic. After carefully looking at Wang Lin, he raised his right hand and pressed down on the giant demon clan burly man below him. The burly man's body trembled, and he revealed a bitter expression. As he retreated, his hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the sky. Giant demon spell. After he spoke, the burly man's body trembled, and a crack appeared between his eyebrows. There was a flash of ghostly light, but it didn't attack Wang Lin. Instead, it wrapped around the young man in blue. In an instant, a vortex appeared behind the young man in blue. There was no sign of the vortex appearing, and there was no suction force coming from it. However, the young man in blue immediately stepped into the vortex. Giant demon clan's bloodline spell. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. The storm became even stronger and charged at the young man in blue inside the vortex. Just at this moment, the giant demon clan burly man revealed a bitter expression. He clenched his teeth, and the origin energy in his body reversed and rushed into his origin soul. This caused his origin soul to become unstable and become uncoordinated with his body. Under the impact of the origin energy, the burly man endured the intense pain, and his origin soul suddenly exploded. The self-destruction of the soul formed a destructive force. In the blink of an eye, all the flesh and blood in his body were dragged into it, and with a boom, it completely exploded. The shockwave from the explosion echoed, but it didn't scatter. Instead, it gathered in one spot and shot toward Wang Lin. This destructive force swept by like a gust of wind in an attempt to stop Wang Lin from chasing. After the shockwave from the burly man's explosion was the shrinking vortex and the sneering young man in blue. "No matter who you are, I'll definitely find out your name. You dare to provoke me, Serene, so you're dead." The young man in blue gloomily said as his figure gradually disappeared. Wang Lin's expression was calm. As the shockwave from the burly man's explosion swept by, he slapped his bag of holding, and a third god-slaying war chariot that he hadn't used in a long time flew out. With a bang, it turned into a gorgeous, five-colored butterfly. Chapter 956. This multicolored butterfly was quite beautiful. As it flapped its wings, multicolored powder would fall down. Beside it was a blood swallow. This blood swallow belonged to Blood God, and it was attracted by the multicolored butterfly and followed it. The five-colored butterfly flew forward, and with a gentle flap of its left wing, it immediately trembled at the impact of the self-detonation that swept toward it. The five-colored butterfly flapped its left wing again. Immediately, the power of the rules spread out, and the destructive force was suddenly pushed back, as if there was a pair of invisible hands playing with it, causing it to be pushed back. When the five-colored butterfly flapped its wings for the third time, 3 butterflies appeared out of nowhere in front of it. They flapped their wings at the same time, and the impact formed by the power of the self-destruction shot back at an unbelievable speed toward the rapidly shrinking vortex with rumbling sounds. The moment the vortex was about to disappear, the power of the self-destruction completely charged into the vortex, along with the power of law from the five-colored butterfly. A miserable scream came from the vortex, and the vortex disappeared. In the Alliance star system, there was a soul sea unknown to outsiders. There was a large amount of land floating in the depths of the soul sea, and on one of the lands, there were pavilions. At the center was a giant, black pavilion, and a vortex suddenly appeared in the void. The moment the vortex appeared, popping sounds echoed, and a large amount of blood mist appeared. The origin soul of the young man in blue closed its eyes as if it could collapse at any moment and flew out of the vortex. Just at this instant, the door of the pavilion opened and an old man with an extremely gloomy expression walked out. He was too fast and arrived next to the origin soul to grab it. "Grandpa, save me." The young man in blue barely opened his eyes and immediately fainted. His origin soul gradually dissipated, and although it didn't collapse, it was extremely weak. Wang Lin frowned. He could feel that when the power of the five-colored butterfly fell into the vortex and attacked the young man, there was a flash of dark light that dissolved most of the power. Although the dark light still collapsed, the young man in blue was only seriously injured and not dead. Life-saving treasure. As Wang Lin pondered, he turned around and walked towards Lei Ji. He looked at the green light in the cracks of his bones and raised his right hand to press on them one by one. Every time the 2 fingers fell, the green light would immediately turn into a remnant soul and dissipate. A moment later, there was no longer any green glow on Lei Ji's body. Lei Ji heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Lin respectfully. In the starry sky, Lei Ji's huge body turned into a mount and flew forward. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on it, and beside him was Big Head, who was healing. They were getting closer and closer to planet Tianyin. 10 days later, Wang Lin looked at the familiar space before him. He knew that not far away was the rank 7 cultivation country, planet Tianyin. During these 10 days of time, aside from thinking about what to do on planet Tianyin, Wang Lin was also thinking about how esteemed Xian Bao used the 4-colored butterfly technique during the battle between the Luo Tian and the Alliance. That day, he stared intently and memorized the entire set of hand techniques. However, in these 10 days, he tried many times but still couldn't feel anything. At this moment, Wang Lin stood up and looked ahead. After pondering for a bit, he slowly said, "Big Head, you and Lei Ji find a cultivation planet to hide on and wait for me. If I'm safe, I'll let the 2 of you pass. If there's no news of me, then the 2 of you quickly leave." With that, Wang Lin left Lei Ji's back and walked forward. He was wearing a white robe, and his black hair fluttered in the wind, giving him the air of a celestial. As he walked, Wang Lin finally entered the territory of planet Tianyin once more. This trip is half blessing and half disaster, but there are some things that must be done. Also, I fear this crisis is not as difficult to resolve as I thought. All of this is because of the celestial cave token. Wang Lin silently pondered as he slowly walked forward. What all of them want is that celestial cave token. It was because of that, along with the matter with the blood ancestor and Tian Yunzi's scheme, that I had to leave. Back then, my cultivation level was too low, and I didn't have the power to protect myself. I couldn't even resist against Tian Yunzi. But now, although I still can't resist, it won't be easy for him to kill me. Wang Lin touched the spot between his eyebrows. His real ace wasn't his treasures or spells, but his third eye. After seeing the second battle scroll, I gained a sliver of source origin energy. This is my true life-saving technique. Besides, I haven't completely fallen out with Tian Yunzi, so I'm still a disciple of the Heavenly Fate sect. Most importantly, the person who looked like the yellow dragon said that I'm a disciple of Shizuku, a disciple of Rosefinch in the Four Divine sect. This is worth pondering. Wang Lin sneered. He didn't raise his right hand, but pointed at the spot between his eyebrows. Immediately, his third eye appeared on his forehead. It flickered and was replaced by 5 ancient god stars. Then, it changed again, and an illusory pearl appeared. Finally, all of them disappeared, leaving behind a crimson mark that was emitting wisps of heat. If it wasn't for the great merit I received from Master Flame's Park, which allowed me to reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, as soon as my domain reached a certain level, and Lu Qin's inheritance allowed me to become a 5-star royal ancient god, I really wouldn't have been able to find out that there was such a mark in my body. I really didn't realize that there was such a mark in my body. This mark possesses the power of the flames of heaven and earth. When my divine sense is focused on it, I can faintly hear the cry of a phoenix echoing in my mind. This item is related to Rosefinch. Moreover, it wasn't there when I returned to Shizuku. Based on this analysis, it must be closely related to the Yellow Dragon sect leader. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and the Rosefinch mark on his forehead flickered. His body flashed as he charged forward. In the distance, planet Tianyun appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. Looking at this familiar planet, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He still couldn't forget how he came here after leaving Shizuku and was accepted by Tian Yunzi as a disciple of the Purple Division. In a flash, hundreds of years have passed. Wang Lin shook his head and stepped forward. The first time I came here, I was only a soul transformation cultivator. Now the second time, I can battle a Nirvana cleanser cultivator. As Wang Lin moved forward, he suddenly stopped and stared at planet Tianyun. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light on planet Tianyun. There were rays of sword energy coming from within the golden light. If you looked closely, you would see that all of these rays of sword energy were gathered around the Heavenly Fate sect. There was a large amount of them. Ling Tianho. Wang Lin's expression changed. He felt Ling Tianho's aura from these rays of sword energy. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin didn't stop and flew forward. Outside the Heavenly Fate sect, countless rays of sword energy crossed each other like a storm of swords. There was a cultivator on each ray of sword energy, and they were all disciples of the Delu Sword sect. Before them was a fiery red Qilin. This Qilin was very majestic, and its eyes were like lightning. Its body gave off endless flames, and 2 strands of white gas came out of its nostrils. An extremely skinny old man sat cross-legged on its back with a gloomy expression on his face. There were 4 illusory swords on this old man's back. They flickered and gave off a powerful aura. He was Ling Tianho. Aside from this old man, there were 4 other cultivators with powerful spells. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men were all old men with white hair, but their eyes were like the sun and moon. One of them was wearing a black and white robe with an yin and yang pattern embroidered on it. His expression was indiscernible as he calmly sat on a giant gourd. Behind him were 9 people. These 9 were obviously his disciples, and they respectfully floated to the side. The other old man was extremely large, like a mountain of flesh. He sat on a large purple bamboo chair and was carried by 4 burly men with shining eyes. The third old man wore a yellow robe and was as skinny as a corpse. However, His body gave off a powerful aura of vitality. He had no one following him. He stood there by himself with an indifferent expression. The last woman was a bit young. She was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She wasn't wearing any fancy clothes, but was wearing very ordinary clothes, as if she was a village girl from the mortal world. However, there was an otherworldly aura coming from his body. Behind her followed 4 women. These 4 women were extremely beautiful and could be called peerless. The woman on the left wearing pink was even more stunning. She attracted the attention of the surrounding Delu Sword Sect disciples. However, the 4 women didn't even look at her. They just calmly looked ahead. Ling Tianho said, in a serious tone, "Tian Yunzi, back then, when your disciple Wang Lin took the token, you said that the heavens would reveal themselves today. This old man wants to see what the heavens are." Back then, these old monsters sent out the greedy wolf to find Wang Lin, but in the end, there was no news of it. Even the mark on the greedy wolf had mostly dissipated. The celestial cave in the Tide Land was very important, so these old monsters worked together to find Tian Yunzi. After all, Wang Lin was a member of the Heavenly Fate sect. Tian Yunzi's expression was calm at the time, and he only said one sentence. "When the sky is filled with purple and green light, come to my Heavenly Fate sect to see the heavens." Early this morning, planet Tianyun was originally clear and blue, but in the blink of an eye, it was filled with green and purple light. It was as if the entire planet was being illuminated by the light. Shortly after, Ling Tianho arrived with his disciples. At the same time, several old monsters that knew about this matter also arrived at the Heavenly Fate sect. After all, Tian Yunzi's divine divination was very famous even in the Alliance star system. Tian Yunzi was wearing a white robe as he calmly stood on the square of the Heavenly Fate sect. The disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect all had cold expressions as they looked at the cultivators in the sky. Most of their gazes were on the 4 beautiful women. "They have arrived." Tian Yunzi's expression was calm as he faintly smiled and his gaze fell on the horizon. After Tian Yunzi finished speaking, Ling Tianho, the 3 powerful old monsters, and the beautiful middle-aged woman immediately noticed. At this instant, all of the cultivators' gazes gathered on the horizon. The 4 women behind the beautiful middle-aged woman didn't even blink. I wonder what the Wang Lin who shocked the Tide Land and caught the attention of all the powerful cultivators on planet Tian Yun looks like. The eyes of the woman in pink were filled with curiosity. It was very important to remember her. Chapter 9:57. Not only her, but the other 3 women beside her also looked up at the sky. Wang Lin's name had become a taboo on planet Tian Yun these past few years. However, the more it was like this, the more rumors about Wang Lin became. On the square of the Heavenly Fate sect, Bai Wei had a complicated expression as he silently looked at the sky. He found it hard to imagine what the person from back then had become. Beside Bai Wei was an extremely gloomy middle-aged man. He was wearing purple and his eyes were like lightning. He stared at the sky and let out a cold snort in his heart. "Wang Lin, even if you didn't die in these past few years, you couldn't have improved too much. I just don't know how much weaker you are compared to me, Zhao Xingsha." Bai Wei cautiously looked at the middle-aged man beside him. In his heart, he dreaded this senior brother of his. In these past few years, Zhao Xingsha's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. He had unexpectedly broken through to the ascendant stage and was only one step away from the illusory Yin stage. Zhao Xingsha became one of the true disciples 30 years ago. Back then, he had a grudge with Wang Lin. I fear that once they meet, he won't be able to avoid killing Wang Lin. There was also a woman beside the 2 of them. Her expression was gloomy. Although she was also looking at the sky, it was as if she had no interest in anything. This woman was the 4th disciple of the Purple Division, Wang Lin's 4th senior sister. Back then, she was forced by Zhao Xingsha to use a spell to trap Wang Lin. Later, when Wang Lin escaped, she taught him the greater teleportation spell and resolved the grudge between them. In the distance, there was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He wore a blue robe with 3 blue dragons embroidered on his chest. These 3 blue dragons looked ferocious and lifelike, as if they were really alive. The 3 pairs of dragon eyes, in particular, emitted waves of soul-stirring light. If Wang Lin saw this person, he wouldn't be a stranger. This person was the person who trapped Wang Lin with the 4th senior sister of the Purple Division, Sima Ruffin. Inside the Heavenly Fate sect, everyone who knew Wang Lin in the past had their own thoughts. However, no one thought that Wang Lin would be able to walk out alive today. In the instant that everyone's gazes were gathered on the distant horizon, a white figure slowly appeared from the horizon and walked over step by step. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and when the sunlight shone, it turned purple. Contrasting with his white clothes, he looked even more like a celestial. She walked over alone, her clothes as white as snow. The loneliness of 1,000 years came from this figure. He slowly closed in, and behind him was the fiery red sun. This caused this person's face to be dark, and only his bright eyes could be seen, revealing the vicissitudes of 1,000 years. It was a beautiful scene. At first, this figure was very far away, but in just a moment, it had already arrived outside the Heavenly Fate sect. Wang Lin! Wang Lin! Several people immediately recognized Wang Lin. He is Wang Lin. The beautiful eyes of the woman in pink fell on the figure in white. Ling Tianho's eyes were like lightning and contained a powerful sword intent. When he saw Wang Lin appear, he frowned. Although his expression was still gloomy, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Early-stage Nirvana Scryer. This Wang Lin was only at the soul transformation stage back then, but in just a few hundred years, he has reached such a height. Unless he obtained a great fortune, it is impossible for something like this to happen, especially the mark between his eyebrows. The shock in Ling Tianho's heart set off a huge wave. The old man that was like a mountain of flesh suddenly opened his eyes that had been resting. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The expression of the skinny old man also changed. He meaningfully looked at Wang Lin and then at the all-seer with an expression that seemed to indicate he was thinking about something. As for the old man wearing the black and white robe sitting on the gourd, he was startled for a moment before revealing a smile. However, there was a ghostly light in his eyes, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Rosefinch's mark. The beautiful middle-aged woman exclaimed and carefully looked at Wang Lin. If these old monsters were like this, then there was no need to talk about the surrounding cultivators. However, not many of them could see through Wang Lin's cultivation, but almost everyone felt a pressure coming from Wang Lin's body the moment he appeared. The woman in pink looked at Wang Lin with her beautiful eyes and revealed a look of interest. All of this sounds slow, but in reality, the moment Wang Lin appeared, everyone's expressions fell into Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin patted his clothes and revealed a calm expression. He clasped his hands at Tian Yunzi and respectfully said, "Disciple Wang Lin greets teacher." Tian Yunzi's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the mark between Wang Lin's eyebrows. After a long time, he revealed a smile and kindly said, "It's good that you're back. Wang Lin, these seniors want to ask you some things. You have to answer them truthfully." A middle-aged man behind Ling Tianho pointed at Wang Lin and shouted, "Little brat Wang Lin, you actually dare to come back. Back then, you killed people from Ida Lu Sword Sect in the Demon Spirit Land. Today is the day you pay with your blood." The smile on Wang Lin's face was still there, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He looked at the middle-aged man and calmly said, "Senior Ling Tianho, does this disciple of yours have the qualifications to speak to me like this?" Ling Tianho's expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at the mark between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Although he dreaded the rosefinch mark, what really shocked him was the other 2 forces between Wang Lin's eyebrows. What kind of fortune did this Wang Lin experience in these hundreds of years? Why is it like he has been reborn? While pondering, Ling Tianho waved his sleeves. The middle-aged man that was scolding Wang Lin trembled and retreated back into the group. "He doesn't have the right to speak to you like that. You're so young. Yet you're able to reach the early stage of nirvana scryer. Even the old man admires you a bit. Ling Tianho's voice was cold as he slowly spoke. These words set off a shocking wave. It was like throwing a ladle of shimizu into a pot of oil. This caused the expressions of all the surrounding cultivators to change greatly. Bai Wei sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Wang Lin. His mind was completely blank. He couldn't believe that hundreds of years ago, Wang Lin was only at the soul transformation stage, but now he had reached the legendary Nirvana Scryer stage. Nirvana Scryer. As for Zhao Xingsha, his body trembled. He didn't dare to believe what he had just heard and was completely dumbfounded. Not only the two of them, but almost all the other cultivators were the same. After all of this was simply too unbelievable. This Wang Lin has actually reached the Nirvana Scryer stage. Although there is still a gap between him and us, he can be considered someone qualified. In this case, we can't treat him as a junior. The eyes of the old man sitting on the gourd lit up. He smiled and said, Wang Lin, the old man wants to ask you why you escaped into the vortex before us. Did you do something you didn't want us to know about? Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he calmly said, Junior did indeed cause trouble in the demon spirit land, so I had to leave. The skinny old man's eyes became cold, and he gloomily said, What kind of trouble? Junior imprisoned the blood ancestor's daughter to protect myself. When I saw the seniors and the blood ancestor chasing me, I naturally had to escape, Wang Lin calmly said. As soon as these words left his mouth, the old man whose body was like a mountain of flesh sat up and said in a deep voice, That immortal mansion token is in your hands. I wonder who senior heard of this from. Wang Lin looked straight at the mountain-like old man. This person was only at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, and Wang Lin didn't remember this person among the old monsters chasing him. The mountain-like old man's mind trembled when Wang Lin looked at him. His expression suddenly changed, and there was a flash of doubt in his eyes. Tian Yunzi's expression was still gentle as he slowly said, Okay, Wang Lin, teacher wants to ask you, is the celestial cave token in your hands? Wang Lin looked at Tian Yunzi and respectfully said, Since teacher has asked, disciple doesn't dare to hide it. Back in the demon spirit land, I did obtain a celestial cave token. After Wang Lin spoke, the eyes of the surrounding old monsters lit up and they all became silent. An oppressive aura suddenly filled the area and gathered on Wang Lin's body. The old man sitting on the gourd looked at the mark between Wang Lin's eyebrows and said, Wang Lin, take out the token and you can keep your life today. The old man with the corporeal body revealed an unfriendly gaze and gloomily said, You don't have the qualifications to obtain the token. Without waiting for Wang Lin to speak, the gloomy Ling Tianho revealed a flash of killing intent and slowly said, Since we already know the token is in his hands, there's no need to waste time talking. He let out a cold snort and pointed forward with his right hand. An earth-shattering ray of sword energy shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the sword energy closed in, he retreated a few steps and threw a punch. This punch created a sonic boom that shook the heavens. A black vortex appeared around Wang Lin's fist and collided with Ling Tianho's sword energy. Just at this instant, Tian Yunzi's eyes lit up and he waved his right sleeve. A seven-colored wind appeared and landed between Ling Tianho and Wang Lin. This seven-colored wind contained a mysterious power. As it blew by, it caused the black vortex around Wang Lin's fist to dissipate. Not only did it dissolve Wang Lin's attack, it also blocked Ling Tianho's sword energy, casually dispelling everything. Tian Yunzi's voice was calm as he looked at Ling Tianho. Ling Tianho, you dare to attack my disciple in my heavenly fate sect? Aren't you looking down on the old man a bit too much? Tian Yunzi, do you want to take the token for yourself? The four origin sword behind Ling Tianho flew out and surrounded him. He stared at Tian Yunzi and gloomily shouted. Chapter 958. Tian Yunzi's expression sank, but he still calmly said, As long as he doesn't betray the sect, he is still a disciple of my heavenly fate sect. If your heavenly fate sect disciple wants to protect you, then the old man's Delu sword sect disciple will die for nothing. Of the 12 swordsmen, only Chun Long survived. The rest were all killed by Wang Lin. The old man won't bully the weak. As long as this Wang Lin can withstand 3 rays of sword energy from the old man, then the matter from back then will be written off. If you, Tian Yunzi, continue to obstruct me, then the old man will risk everything to continue the battle with you. Tian Yunzi. Ling Tianho's face was filled with killing intent. Although he was speaking to Tian Yunzi, his gaze was locked onto Wang Lin. This senior said that I don't have the qualifications to have a token. May I ask, senior, how many rays of sword energy can you withstand? Wang Lin looked at the old man that was like a mountain of flesh. The old man's expression was extremely gloomy. He let out a cold snort and didn't speak, but there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Wang Lin faintly smiled. His gaze fell on Ling Tianho, and he calmly said, Sword Saint, please enlighten me. Ling Tianho waved his right hand, and one of the 4 origin swords flew out. This sword flickered and gave off a ghostly glow. At this moment, a ray of sword energy shot out from it. Sword energy like a rainbow. With Ling Tianho's cultivation, the life-saving sword energy he left for his disciples in the demon spirit land was already very powerful. There was no need to mention using it himself now. The moment the sword energy appeared, it turned into a sword dragon and charged at Wang Lin. Popping sounds came from the sky, as if the sky couldn't withstand the power of the sword energy. The surrounding Delu sword sect disciples were all excited and stared at the sky. Just as the sword chi was about to tear Wang Lin's body apart, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the air. There was a loud bang, and the sky in front of Wang Lin's right fist immediately showed signs of collapsing. The instant the sword chi closed in, Wang Lin's fist collided with it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several heaven-shaking rumbles came from the ground. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he retreated 2 steps. He calmly looked at Ling Tianho and slowly said, The first one. Ling Tianho's sword energy collapsed and formed a storm. However, Tian Yunzi waved his sleeve, and the storm dissipated. Tian Yunzi looked at Wang Lin and revealed a smile. There was a flash of coldness in Ling Tianho's eyes. Without any hesitation, he waved his right hand once more. The origin sword from before let out a sword hymn and charged at Wang Lin like crazy. The moment it got close, Wang Lin let out a laugh and formed a fist. A powerful force came from between his eyebrows, and then specks of light appeared. When Wang Lin threw out his punch, the specks of light charged forward. At the same time, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Ever since he returned to planet Tianyun, he didn't plan on keeping a low profile. Here, everything depended on strength. If he wanted to go back to the demon spirit land, if he wanted to obtain the qualification to have a token, if he wanted to obtain the recognition of the old monsters on planet Tianyun, all of this would depend on this battle. With Wang Lin's cunning, he had already analyzed all of this along the way. After throwing out his punch, his left hand slapped his bag of holding, and he shouted, 3 9 swords. After he spoke, rays of silver light charged out from Wang Lin's bag of holding. Each ray of light gave off a dazzling, silver light as countless soul fragments appeared. Bursts of mournful cries filled the world. When all 27 flying swords appeared, Wang Lin pointed at them, and they all charged at Ling Tianho, while the mournful cries of the soul fragments filled the sky. Even Tian Yunzi was shocked by this scene. He could calculate the result, but he couldn't calculate the process. He could only calculate that Wang Lin's cultivation level would increase greatly, and that he would return on the day the azure and purple light covered the sky. However, he couldn't calculate Wang Lin's true cultivation level when he returned. Even though he could see the power between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and 3 of them were things that even he dreaded. Although I calculated that this child would return, I couldn't calculate the reason. If this child dares to return to planet Tianyun, then he must have something to rely on. The rose-finch mark between his eyebrows is one of those things. The beautiful middle-aged woman who looked like a village girl was also shocked. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. She could tell with a single glance that these 27 swords were extraordinary. She was a master craftsman, so she thought to herself, "These 27 swords are made of extraordinary materials, and they contain an endless amount of murderous intent. It's obvious that they were refined in a place filled with killing intent for countless years. Any one of these swords could become a peerless weapon of mass destruction. Now that the 27 swords have fused into a sword formation, its power." The beautiful middle-aged woman took a deep breath. The old man sitting on the gourd suddenly stood up and stared at Wang Lin. A huge wave was set off in his heart. He's definitely not at the early stage of nirvana scryer. As for the old man that was like a mountain of flesh, his mind was also shaken. He stared dumbfoundedly at the 27 swords and the indifferent Wang Lin within them. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I underestimated this person. Ling Tianho's Taoist title was Sword Saint, so his understanding of swords was extremely shocking. When he saw the 27 swords, his eyes immediately lit up. Such flying swords and such a sword formation. "Wang Lin, you are qualified to battle me." Ling Tianho waved his hand, and the remaining 3 origin swords flew out. As they rotated, strands of sword energy flew through the air. The sword energy formed a sword net that shrouded the area before him. The 27 flying swords caught up to the fist wind under the control of Wang Lin's divine sense. They formed a sword storm with the fist wind as the center. There were also countless formations inside the storm, and it collided with Ling Tianho's 4 origin swords. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the 27 flying swords were knocked back one by one. However, under the bombardment of the sword storm, Ling Tianho's origin swords were continuously pushed back. Every time a sword was knocked back, it would circle around Wang Lin's body. A moment later, all 27 flying swords were knocked back. At this moment, the ancient god punch from Wang Lin erupted with a powerful force. Under the bombardment, Ling Tianho's 4 origin swords were knocked back. In anyone's eyes, this was a scene of an equal match. However, Wang Lin knew that Ling Tianho wasn't using a spell and was only using a normal sword skill. It wasn't that Ling Tianho was being lenient, but that even though Wang Lin was at the early stage of nirvana scryer, he wasn't qualified for Ling Tianho to use a spell. Ling Tianho's eyes revealed a strange light, but it quickly disappeared. He had long forgotten about the agreement of 3 swords. His hand formed an arc, and his hair moved without any wind. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he shouted, "You are qualified for the old man to use a spell." The old man's spells can only be described with 3 words. Bright hole break, bright sword, first form, forge the sword with blood. After he spoke, the surrounding cultivators went into an uproar. The Ling Tianho was famous and was the head of sect. His spells could shock the heavens and make the gods cry. All the cultivators knew that the Ling Tianho only had one enemy, and that was the All-Seer. He rarely used his spells, and every time he used them, it was when he was fighting against Tian Yunzi. However, this Ling Tianho had used a spell in his battle against Wang Lin. As a result, even if Wang Lin lost, he would immediately become famous. As Ling Tianho let out a roar, his right hand pointed forward and the 4 origin swords fused together to form an illusory sword. It gave off a hot aura and turned from illusory to liquid. Under the yellow sunlight, it gave off a colorful glow and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he retreated a few steps, slapped his bag of holding, and shouted, 5-9 sword formation. In an instant, rays of silver light flew out from his bag of holding and intersected with the 27 swords. A total of 45 swords rotated like crazy, forming a sword vortex. As Wang Lin's hair fluttered, his hand formed a seal, and he mercilessly pointed forward. Heavenly Chop. With this point of his finger, the origin energy inside Wang Lin's body cycled to its peak. Strands of heavenly chop entered the sword vortex, and with a point of Wang Lin's finger, the entire sword vortex trembled and charged forward. Wang Lin had refined 5 or 9 of these swords he had obtained from the Slaughter Realm on his way to the Heavenly Fate sect, and had completely changed their appearance. Unless one was from the Slaughter Realm, it would be very difficult to find out where they came from. At this moment, this sword vortex contained the power of countless heavenly chop. As it charged forward, it collided with Ling Tianho's spell, causing the world to change colors and the universe to reverse. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world in an extremely violent manner. As the world collapsed, the sound of the explosion replaced all other sounds in the world. If it wasn't for the fact that the All-Seer's arms were blocking the shockwave, planet Tianyin would have collapsed a lot. After the impact, Wang Lin quickly retreated. None of the 45 flying swords were damaged, but they were dim. They surrounded Wang Lin as he retreated. Directly across from him, Ling Tianho's 4 swords collapsed and turned back into 4 swords. Ling Tianho's body didn't move at all, but his eyes shined brightly, and he laughed. Wang Lin, the grudge between you and my Delu sword sect is over. The old man doesn't want that token anymore. Since you obtained it, it is your opportunity. When we go to the Celestial Cave, there will be a share for you. Ling Tianho turned around and took a step. The Delu sword sect disciples behind him were all confused, but they quickly followed behind him. Rays of sword energy gradually disappeared into the distance. Ling Tianho's actions have a profound meaning. Wang Lin looked at Ling Tianho's figure in the distance and began to ponder. The surroundings were completely silent. Whether it was the Heavenly Fate sect disciples or the people brought by the old monsters, they were all shocked. Wang Lin actually has the power to battle Ling Tianho. Bai Wei's eyes were filled with excitement. Even now, he still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zhao Xingsha's face was ashen. He looked at Wang Lin with fear in his eyes, but he no longer dared to have any evil thoughts. There was also the Purple Division's 4th disciple, who was still indifferent. The confusion in her eyes disappeared, and she looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression. If he can help me. The woman bit her lower lip and made a decision in her heart. Not only them, but almost everyone that knew Wang Lin was in a trance. In their eyes, the Wang Lin from back then and the white-robed figure gradually merged into one. Wang Lin didn't put away the 45 flying swords around him. Instead, he looked at the old man that was like a mountain of flesh and calmly said, "Senior, do I have the qualifications?" The old man that was like a mountain of flesh silently pondered before letting out a snort. He clasped his hands at Tian Yunzi and said, "Fellow cultivator Tian Yunzi, I still have a furnace of pills to refine, so I won't bother you any longer." With that, he shouted at the 4 disciples that were carrying him, "Return to the mountain." The 4 disciples hurriedly nodded, lifted the huge body, and gradually left. The old man, standing on the gourd, meaningfully looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Wang Daoyu has hidden himself very well. Old Man Strange Dream Cave, if you have time, you are welcome to come to my planet dream. With that, he clasped his hands at Tian Yunzi and left. Leaving with him was the old man that was as thin as a corpse. From start to finish, his expression was cold. When he left, he didn't say goodbye to Tian Yunzi and directly left. The last to leave was the beautiful middle-aged woman. She looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Wang Daoyu's flying swords are filled with killing intent, but too much killing intent makes it difficult to control. If you have time, you could take a trip to planet Zixia. With that, she bowed toward Tian Yunzi and left with the 4 women beside her. As they left, the girl in pink's eyes lit up. She turned around and smiled at Wang Lin. "My teacher is good at refining treasures, so it won't be expensive. You little girl." The beautiful middle-aged woman chuckled. The other 3 women beside her also covered their mouths and laughed. However, very few people noticed that one of the women in green looked at Wang Lin with a very different gaze. The girl in pink let out a sigh. "He might have already forgotten my name. After all, it was only a small matter to him back then, but to me, it was a life-saving grace," the girl in pink softly asked Senior Sister Qianxin. "What's wrong?" Qianxin shook her head and didn't speak. Under Tian Yunzi's command, the surrounding people of the Heavenly Fate sect scattered. Aside from Wang Lin and Tian Yunzi, there was no one else. After everyone left, Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at Tian Yunzi. After hundreds of years, the master and disciple were once again facing each other alone. The two of them pondered for a long time before Tian Yunzi slowly said, "What are your plans?" Disciple wants to enter the demon spirit land. Wang Lin's expression was respectful. The All-Seer's expression was calm as he slowly said with his hands behind his back, "You have the qualifications. Whether it's the Thunder Celestial of All Heaven or one of the 4 Divine Sects Vermilion Bird series. As far as I know, there are only 3 people in the Vermilion Bird series, including you." Wang Lin silently pondered. He didn't know about the Rose Finch sequence. When he heard this, his heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't reveal any of it. This chapter has 4,000 words, and today's total is 7,000 words. Chapter 959. The opening of the Demon Spirit Land still requires some preparation. This matter is very important, so we all need to invite some friends before we can enter the cave. During this time, you can just wait here. Tian Yunzi's expression was neutral, and there was no trace of anger on his face. After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, and a white cloud appeared under his feet. He then stepped on the cloud and left. The Purple Forest Pavilion is still reserved for you. Tian Yunzi's voice came from a distance. Wang Lin looked at where Tian Yunzi left and began to ponder. Ling Tianho's actions have a profound meaning. When he fought me before, even though he used his final spell, he didn't use his full power. Wang Lin couldn't guess all of Ling Tianho's thoughts, but he was able to see through some of them. As for this Tian Yunzi, I can't see through him. Wang Lin still couldn't figure out Tian Yunzi's true thoughts. Even though he was able to find some clues, they were soon explained in other ways, making it all a mystery. I can't see through him. Wang Lin let out a sigh. There was always a layer of fog around Tian Yunzi. He always had a feeling that every time he saw Tian Yunzi, it was a bit different. In truth, Tian Yunzi's arrangement for Wang Lin's arrival was something Wang Lin had already guessed. However, when he actually faced Tian Yunzi, even though Tian Yunzi's actions were the same as Wang Lin's, he still felt like something was wrong. Everything was going too smoothly, as if everything was going according to Wang Lin's plan. Wang Lin frowned as he looked around at the familiar Heavenly Fate sect. After pondering for a bit, he walked toward the Purple Forest Pavilion. There was only one path from the square to the Purple Forest Pavilion. This path was a mountain path with many steps. The path was deep and filled with mountains on both sides. At this moment, the sun was setting and the mountain breeze was blowing. Not only did it bring a chill, it also brought the sound of rustling leaves. Even the sound of flowing water could be heard in the wind. Wang Lin had walked this path in the past. Now that he was stepping on it again after hundreds of years, he felt deeply moved. Nothing seems to have changed since then. Wang Lin's pace was not fast as he walked forward slowly. As he walked, a man and a woman wearing blue robes approached him from the end of the path. Their cultivation levels weren't high, only at the soul transformation stage. Along with the sound of the wind, the voices of the two could be heard. "Junior sister, I heard that the Ghost on Market will open again in 7 days. Many fellow Taoists have already rushed there in the past few days." Ghost on Market? Is it that market city that became famous after auctioning off an immortal technique? The woman's voice was filled with surprise. That's right, it's that Ghost on Market. Back then, that celestial art could be said to have caused a huge commotion. It was said that even a few old monsters with unfathomable cultivation personally went there for the sake of that celestial art. Immortal technique. With our status, we could only obtain an incomplete immortal technique, and it was a low-quality immortal technique. Rumor has it that it was a rare, complete immortal technique. This time, the Ghost on Market will open again, and rumor has it that a mysterious item will be auctioned. Now, what does that have to do with us? Anything in the Ghost on Market has an unimaginable price. Moreover, to enter that place requires an invitation. It doesn't matter. We don't have the qualifications to enter the auction, but we can still enter the free trade zone. As the man in blue spoke, he took out a jade from his bag of holding. This jade was completely black, but at the center was something that looked like an eye. It gave off bursts of red light and looked very strange. Ghost Eye Invitation Jade. The woman's eyes lit up. The man in blue was proud and was about to speak when he suddenly looked ahead and was startled. He saw Wang Lin walking down from above. The woman noticed the change in her senior brother and also saw Wang Lin. Even with their cultivation levels, they didn't notice Wang Lin's existence at all. Wang Lin's expression was gentle as he closed in on the man and woman. He looked at the man in blue and smiled. Senior brotherly, I trust you have been well since we last met. You. The man in blue was stunned. He had just returned to the Heavenly Fate sect and didn't know that Wang Lin had returned. When he saw Wang Lin, he felt that Wang Lin was very familiar, so he couldn't help but be startled. However, when he heard Wang Lin's words, his body trembled. Wang Lin. The man in blue retreated a few steps, and his eyes were filled with terror. Wang Lin smiled. He didn't know the name of the man in blue, only that his surname was Li. He had met him once at the Heavenly Fate sect and vaguely remembered that this person's gaze was filled with mockery and disdain. Today, this person's cultivation level had increased from the early stage of soul transformation to the mid-stage of soul transformation. Wang Lin no longer looked at the man named Li. He walked past the two of them and gradually disappeared. The woman looked back at Wang Lin and asked, Senior brother, his name is Wang Lin? This name sounds a bit familiar. The woman looked back at Wang Lin's back and wondered. This Wang Lin has returned. There is no way Master doesn't know he is here. Could it be that he has been forgiven by Master for what happened back then? Just now, I couldn't see any spiritual energy fluctuations from his body. He was like a mortal. However, when he walked past me, my mind trembled and the spiritual energy in my body trembled. I was afraid of this person and almost collapsed. The man in blue's face was pale as he pulled his junior sister and quickly left. The woman was very puzzled. Senior brother, what's wrong? The man in blue quickly said, his name is Wang Lin. He was the 7th disciple of the Purple Division. Junior sister, do you still not remember? The woman was startled and her expression immediately changed. Is he the devil Wang Lin who is rumored to have slaughtered so many people in the demon spirit land that blood flowed like a river? He was chased by Master and many seniors and was still able to escape. In the distance, Wang Lin wryly smiled. Gossip was a fearful thing. Rumors about him had been spreading for hundreds of years and had gradually changed. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin walked out of the Heavenly Fate sect along the small path. Before him was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. The peak was covered in clouds, and there was a purple glow. This was where the Purple Division disciples lived. Heavenly Fate sect, Purple Mountain. Looking at the familiar mountain peak, Wang Lin entered a trance. He seemed to see a young man who had just arrived from Shizuku. He walked up the mountain step by step and stood firm here step by step. As he pondered, the mountain wind blew by. The mountain wind was a bit cold. Although it wasn't bone-chilling, it would take away a lot of warmth and leave only coldness. There were a lot of plants on Purple Mountain that swayed in the wind. From a distance, it was unknown if it was the mountain moving or if it was his heart. Stepping on the mountain wind, Wang Lin walked up the mountain. The swaying steps seemed to go straight into the sky. Wang Lin slowly walked up the mountain. Along the way, he didn't encounter any cultivators, only the sound of the wind passing by him. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. The mountaintop was still the same as before. A corner of an exquisite pavilion was revealed in the distance, and one could vaguely see that there was a vertical board on the pavilion. There was only one word on it. Purple. As Wang Lin walked forward, the corner of the plaque was slowly covered up. When he walked out of the cover, what appeared before Wang Lin was the familiar pavilion from all those years ago. Purple Forest Pavilion. I still remember that this place used to be called Purple Cloud Pavilion. Wang Lin stood there silently for a while. Then he pushed open the door to the Purple Forest Pavilion. A moldy smell rushed out. The decorations in the room were the same as before. Nothing had changed. If there was anything, it would be the endless dust. Whether it was the table, the wooden chair, or the bed, everything was covered in dust. The oil lamp on the table had long since run out of oil. Wang Lin raised his finger and gently swiped it across the table. Immediately, a deep mark appeared on the dusty surface. Looking at the dust on his finger, Wang Lin waved his hand. Immediately, a gentle wind swept past. This wind appeared out of nowhere in front of Wang Lin. When it blew past the table, it kicked up a large amount of dust. Then it passed through the wooden chair, the bed, and all the places in the room. It was as if a storm had appeared in the pavilion. However, the strange thing was that the storm only swept away the dust. Everything else remained unmoved in the wind. Even the paper window did not make the slightest sound as it was blown by the wind. After a few breaths, Wang Lin raised his palm and grabbed at the air. At that instant, the storm in the pavilion seemed to flow in reverse. It immediately gathered towards Wang Lin's palm from all directions. In just an instant, the storm in the pavilion disappeared. A dark gray vortex appeared in Wang Lin's palm. Inside it was all the dust in the pavilion. With a casual wave of his right hand, the window in the pavilion opened on its own. The dark gray vortex floated into the window and disappeared. It was as if the past hundreds of years had been swept away and all the memories of the past had been deposited there. Everything in the room looked brand new. Outside, the sun was setting and the sky was beginning to darken. The room was even darker, making Wang Lin's figure a bit blurry. He sighed and walked over to the violet wood cabinet. He remembered that this was where he had kept the lamp oil. After opening it, he saw a small bottle filled with brown lamp oil. After adding the oil to the lamp, Wang Lin pointed at it. Instantly, a flame flickered and a crackling sound could be heard as the darkness in the room was dispelled. However, as soon as the lamp lit up, a mountain breeze blew in through the window, causing the flame to flicker and change. Wang Lin's shadow in the room seemed to distort. Wang Lin's expression flickered as he stared at the flickering flame. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind, and his eyes suddenly began to shine brightly. The wind blows, and the flame changes. It changes unpredictably in the wind, and it's impossible to tell which one is its original form. I understand now. Tian Yunzi is like this flame. The reason why I feel like he's different every time I see him is because he is constantly changing. It's like a person with thousands of clones, and these thousands of clones are in the same body at the same time. These clones are constantly switching places. That's why Tian Yunzi gives me such an unfathomable feeling. Wang Lin looked at the flickering flame. Within the flickering flame, his face was illuminated by the flickering light, but his eyes were filled with enlightenment. I have important matters to attend to at home today, but I won't stop updating. The second chapter will be a bit later, and I'll try to deliver it before 8 or 9. Please forgive me. This is an unexpected matter, and I can't predict it. Chapter 960. The candlelight moves because of the wind. Just like how the wind blows through the mountain, the grass and trees move. It looks like the mountain is moving, but in reality, Wang Lin began to ponder. In reality, the mountain isn't moving and the candlelight isn't moving. What's moving is the wind. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and all the windows in the room immediately closed. The wind from the outside world was blocked so that not a single bit of it could enter the room. Without the wind, the candlelight gradually calmed down. However, it was still gently swaying as the oil was burned. Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the candlelight. Under the light of the candlelight, his expression alternated between light and dark, faintly revealing a gloomy expression. No, the wind has stopped, but the candlelight is still moving. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't know that his current state was very similar to proving his Tao. However, he wasn't proving his own Tao, but Tian Yunzi's Tao. He and Tian Yunzi had known each other for hundreds of years. Before, Wang Lin couldn't see the changes in Tian Yunzi's body with his cultivation level, but now he could vaguely see the changes in Tian Yunzi's body. There were too many secrets on Tian Yunzi's body. Among them, what Wang Lin feared the most was that he couldn't guess Tian Yunzi's thoughts at all. Tian Yunzi is like this candlelight, ever changing. If I want to find his original appearance and block the wind, I still can't do it. Wang Lin frowned as his gaze stayed on the candlelight. Time slowly passed, and before he knew it, it was already midnight. Outside the window, it was completely dark. Only the moaning mountain wind could be heard, hitting the paper window and making a rustling sound. In the silence of the night, this sound was very clear. The wind moves, the mountain moves, the fire moves. Wang Lin raised his head, took a step forward, and immediately disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was in the dark sky. Below him was the heavenly fate sex purple mountain. That night, the cold wind was very strong, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. After the moonlight penetrated through the clouds, not much of it fell on the ground, causing everything to be covered in darkness. As he pondered, Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently waved it towards the sky. This wave contained a trace of the laws that Wang Lin had used to summon the rain. Dark clouds covered the pitch-black sky. Immediately, the wind and clouds surged. Large patches of dark clouds turned into fine raindrops that fell down. Soon, the clouds dissipated. The bright moonlight was no longer obstructed, and it fell upon the earth. Under the illumination of the moonlight, a dark shadow appeared behind the violet peak. The mountain breeze blew past, and the plants on the purple peak swayed. As they swayed, their breaths rose and fell. He looked at the mountain peak, especially the large shadow behind it. At this moment, the mountain seemed to be swaying along with the plants on it. However, the shadow did not change much. The mountain hasn't moved. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. It was as if his mind had been enlightened, and he vaguely grasped a trace. The wind is only moving the surface, and the mountain only looks like it's moving, but in reality, it's my heart that's moving. My heart is moved, so the mountain is moving. The understanding in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. His body flickered, and he returned to his room. Looking at the candle flame, Wang Lin's aura gradually calmed down. It was as if it had disappeared. At this moment, if there was an outsider looking at the candle flame, they would not feel anything at all. The candle flame was still swaying slightly and making crackling sounds. However, at this moment, in Wang Lin's eyes, the candle flame was like a turbulent wave that violently swayed. Under all kinds of changes, it gradually stopped. In the end, it was as if someone had used the stop spell, and it completely stopped moving. At this moment, Wang Lin was shocked. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He could not believe what he was seeing. The origin energy in his body circulated uncontrollably and flowed to every part of his body. Popping sounds came from his body. It was as if a mortal cultivator had opened all the meridians in his body. As the origin energy circulated, the third eye between Wang Lin's eyebrows silently opened. It opened a slit, but no red light came out. Instead, it seemed to be absorbing something, causing the origin energy in Wang Lin's body to circulate even faster. This speed had reached an unimaginable level, but Wang Lin did not feel any pain. At this moment, he seemed to be stunned as he stared at the candle flame. The look of disbelief in his eyes had reached its peak. He could not believe what he was seeing. It was no longer a candle flame, but a very, very weak flame. This flame had been created by Wang Lin's finger. If that was all, it would not have shocked Wang Lin so much. However, under his gaze, the flame seemed to be still, but in reality, it was still moving. This movement was a kind of reversal. It was as if there was a force surrounding the flame, causing it to rapidly dissipate in a way that Wang Lin did not understand. Perhaps it was not appropriate to say that it dissipated. To be more accurate, the flame was continuously expanding, and expanding. Finally, Wang Lin saw that after the flame was magnified countless times, he could see the profound mystery hidden in the depths of the flame. It was a small origin energy dot. These origin energy dots intertwined with each other and collided with each other in a special way. Every time they collided, there would be a trace of heat. At first glance, these origin energy dots were extremely messy. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, it was completely different. Whether these origin energy dots intertwined with each other or collided with each other, They all contain some kind of law. This is the law of fire. From start to end, Wang Lin did not even blink. He stared straight at the candle flame and muttered to himself, "Can I go a little deeper?" Just as this thought appeared in Wang Lin's mind, he saw the countless origin energy dots suddenly enlarge. Just like the flame just now, with an extremely violent speed, they became incomparably huge in an instant. As the origin energy dots continued to enlarge, threads of flock-like things curled around them. But at this instant, the origin energy in Wang Lin's body rumbled. He felt a sharp pain between his brows and immediately woke up. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead and body, quickly drenching his clothes. At this moment, Wang Lin's complexion was pale without any color. Sucking in a deep breath, Wang Lin looked at the candle flame and muttered, "What is that? Could it be the source? That law? I can explore it. But this source, I only saw it for a moment and my body can't bear it." Wang Lin was silent for a while, then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. As time passed, the darkness outside the window gradually dissipated and was slowly replaced by light. Just as the sky was about to brighten, the breathing Wang Lin opened his eyes. A gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything penetrated from his eyes and landed on the door. "Old 7, can I come in?" A soft voice came from outside the loft. 1,000 words short. I really can't write anymore. Sorry, everyone. I'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 961. Fourth senior sister, please come in, Wang Lin calmly said. The breathing outside the room was a bit heavy. After a long time, the door was pushed open and a beautiful woman in purple walked in while biting her lower lip. Although this woman's appearance wasn't as stunning as Lu Mei's, she was still extremely beautiful. However, there were traces of time on her face, making her look a bit weathered. After she entered the room, she silently sat on a chair and didn't look at Wang Lin. Instead, her eyes were empty and she silently looked forward. The room was quiet. Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to meditate. However, he immediately felt a trace of divine sense coming from between the eyebrows of the woman in purple. The divine sense extended towards Wang Lin. It wasn't fast, as if it was hesitating. The moment the divine sense approached, Wang Lin opened his eyes and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. The divine sense immediately trembled and was about to retreat, but it instantly froze in the air and didn't dare to move. The woman in purple's face was pale. She could feel that if her divine sense moved, it would be immediately devoured by the other party. Wang Lin stared at the woman in purple and released the divine sense. The invisible divine sense returned to the woman's body. The woman in purple had nowhere to hide from Wang Lin's eyes. There were 6 seals in her body that suppressed her true cultivation level. What was exposed was only the late stage of soul transformation. If it was the Wang Lin of the past, he wouldn't have been able to see through this. However, with his current cultivation level, he only needed one glance to see through the woman in purple. Wang Lin frowned slightly and slowly said, "Fourth senior sister, what's the matter?" The woman in purple opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. "Since fourth senior sister is fine, then Wang won't send you off." With that, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and a gust of wind blew past. The woman in purple's body trembled and she flew toward the door. When the door opened and the woman was thrown out by Wang Lin, the woman in purple revealed a decisive gaze and whispered, "Wang Lin, your cultivation level has reached the 2nd step. Are you not afraid of danger in the Heavenly Fate sect?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached out to grab the woman in purple. He calmly said, "What does senior sister mean?" The woman in purple clenched her teeth and looked up at Wang Lin. She softly said, "Back then, you escaped in time. If you hadn't left the Heavenly Fate sect in the past 100 years, you would have disappeared a long time ago. I presume you also noticed that aside from Master, among the thousands of inner and outer disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect, not a single person has reached the illusory Een stage." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the woman in purple and didn't speak. As long as one person breaks through the peak of the ascendant stage and reaches the illusory stage, that person will mysteriously disappear within a year. This is a taboo matter in the Heavenly Fate sect. Back then, your cultivation level wasn't high enough to know this, so I presume you didn't know. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. The woman in purple continued to look at Wang Lin. After she finished speaking, she didn't see any change in Wang Lin's expression. Her heart sank, and she clenched her teeth. I know you might not believe me, but Zhao Xinming, entered the sect at the age of 7 and cultivated for 1,000 years before the woman in purple could finish speaking. Wang Lin shook his head and interrupted her. Aren't you worried about Master finding out you are saying this? Every day, Master will go in a closed-door cultivation and seal his 5 senses. Unless something important happens, he won't awaken. Master has maintained this habit for thousands of years. Zhao Ximing's voice was a bit rushed. Wang Lin, everything I said is true. Wang Lin pondered a bit before he looked at Zhao Ximing and said, Is this the reason you have 6 seals in your body? Zhao Ximing wasn't shocked by Wang Lin's ability to see through her. She revealed a bitter expression and self-deprecatingly said, Aside from this method, what other choice do I have? My soul is in Master's hands, so I can't leave. Even if I leave with one thought from Master, my soul will be destroyed. No matter where I am, I will perish. There are many people in the same sect as me who have chosen to seal themselves. Among them, the Red Division's Sun Hong has the highest cultivation level. She has 11 seals in her body, so her cultivation is forced to stay at the mid-stage of Ascendant. She even interferes with her comprehension, so that her comprehension is synchronized with her cultivation. In truth, if she were to release her seal, she would be able to reach the early stage of Nirvana Scryer in a short period of time. There is also the Red Division's Lu Hai. If he were to release his seal, he would immediately reach the peak of the corporeal Yang stage. These are only the people I know of, but I believe there are many hidden existences among the 7 divisions. However, although our cultivation levels are high, we don't dare to release the seal or use it. Once the seal is released, even if we seal ourselves again, we will mysteriously disappear for 1 year. Even if we are seriously injured in a battle and our cultivation drops, if we don't hide our cultivation, we won't be affected. However, those of us who have hidden our cultivation will still disappear. According to my understanding, Master has had a lot of disciples for tens of thousands of years, but even now, not a single one has appeared. I haven't even heard of them. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked at Zhao Ximing. The 6 seals on her body were very strange. If one didn't see them face to face, it would be easy to miss them. However, Wang Lin believed that to Tian Yunzi, this method of hiding one's cultivation was useless. Master didn't stop us from hiding our cultivation, and he didn't even care. Fear appeared on Zhao Ximing's face. This was what she couldn't understand. At the same time, this was what shocked all the disciples of the 7 divisions who had hidden their cultivation. No matter how we hide, Master doesn't care, as if he really doesn't know. However, as long as the seal is opened, misfortune will befall us. I remember that 500 years ago, there was a disciple of the Orange Division who had a seal in his body that he could bear. He couldn't help but open it, but the next day, he disappeared. I can't escape. Even if I hide my cultivation, there will be a day when it reaches its limit. I really can't bear this kind of life. Also, 100 years ago, my seal began to show signs of loosening, and I faintly felt that I couldn't control it anymore. Recently, it has been even more like this. Save me. Wang Lin, save me. No matter what you want me to do, as long as you can save me. Tears flowed down from Zhao Xinming's eyes as she looked at Wang Lin. Her voice was hoarse. Do you know that although you just came back yesterday, your return attracted the attention of all the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect who have hidden their cultivation? They must be guessing when you will disappear. Zhao Ximing bit her lower lip. She couldn't tell anyone about this. In the Heavenly Fate sect, this was an absolute taboo. Originally, she had already given up all hope. The seal in her body was loosening day by day, and it wouldn't be long before the seal would collapse. The fate of revealing her cultivation made her very afraid. There is a rumor that all the disciples whose cultivation is above the ascended stage were all devoured by Master. Wang Lin, I'm not asking you to help me retrieve my soul. I just want you to help me solidify the seal so that my cultivation will forever stay at the late stage of soul transformation. Zhao Ximing stood up and was about to kowtow to Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a gentle force was sent out, causing Zhao Ximing to stand up straight. He pondered and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked outside the pavilion. Zhao Ximing was startled, but a moment later, she also noticed something. After pondering for a bit, her face turned red for some reason. She took a few steps and arrived next to Wang Lin. Her face was red as she took off her shoes and climbed onto Wang Lin's bed. Then she formed a seal to hide herself. Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the pavilion. "Seventh junior brother," Bai Wei asked to see you. Bai Wei's feminine voice slowly floated into the room. Wang Lin didn't have any ill toward Bai Wei. If it wasn't for Bai Wei's secret warning, Wang Lin wouldn't have a deeper understanding of Tian Yunzi. "Senior brother Bai, please come in." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but there was a faint body fragrance coming from the side that made him uncomfortable. The door opened. Bai Wei still had his peerless appearance, but he looked a bit haggard. He walked in and looked at Wang Lin. He let out a sigh and said, "I haven't seen you in many years, but seventh brother hasn't changed much from back then. Senior brother Bai is the same. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, but it seems like it was just yesterday." Wang Lin revealed a smile. Bai Wei's eyes were like water as he looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Seventh brother, you called me the wrong way. Don't call me senior brother Bai. It should be junior sister Bai." Wang Lin's expression suddenly became strange, and he couldn't help but bitterly smile. When Bai Wei saw Wang Lin's expression, he covered his mouth and smiled. His eyes were filled with peerless charm. He smiled and said, "What? Is it hard to call me junior sister Bai? I'm already a woman." Wang Lin was very embarrassed. Even with more than 1,000 years of cultivation and life experience, he didn't know how to respond to the situation before him. He could only let out a dry cough and say, "Why did senior brother Bai come here?" Bai Wei raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Lin with a gaze filled with affection. Under this gaze, even with Wang Lin's early-stage nirvana, scryer, cultivation, and ancient god body, he found it a bit difficult to bear. He wryly smiled and said, "Bai, junior sister Bai, why did you come here?" Bai Wei's expression became serious, and he whispered, "Wang Lin, you shouldn't have come back. This matter is not easy to talk about here. Do you have time? There's a market on planet Tianyun called the Ghost Eye that is about to open. If you have time, we can go there. I have something to tell you." Wang Lin pondered a bit. He hadn't been back for a long time and needed to hear Bai Wei talk about what happened on planet Tianyun in the past hundreds of years. Also, his relationship with Bai Wei was pretty good, so he couldn't refuse. He looked at Bai Wei and found that there was no seal on him. Bai Wei's cultivation was really at the mid-stage of soul transformation. "Okay, we'll meet at the foot of Mount Purple at noon today." Currently writing, don't worry about the next chapter. Chapter 962. Bai Wei smiled at Wang Lin. His phoenix eyes sparkled as he turned around and left. Wang Lin wryly smiled. This Bai Wei really gave him a headache. At this moment, a fluctuation came from his bag of holding, and Su Ligua's voice echoed in his mind. "Top quality! Top quality! Master, this is the best. I, Su Ligua, have seen countless people in my life, but I have never seen such a graceful person. Especially the look she gave me before she left. It made Grandpa Su's bones go soft. She is much better than those young women. Master, let me out. You don't like her, but I like her. Seeing her makes me think of Mei Ji." Wang Lin ignored Su Ligua's words. His origin soul moved, and he expelled Su Ligua's voice from his mind. At this moment, a chuckle came from beside Wang Lin. It was Zhao Ximing. Her gaze toward Wang Lin was a bit different. Wang Lin frowned as he got up and sat down. He said, "Fourth sister, I'll consider your matter." Zhao Ximing looked at Wang Lin. After pondering a bit, she softly said, "Although my cultivation level isn't high, I've cultivated for 1,000 years and am still a virgin. If you help me strengthen the seal, I can give you 1,000 years of my origine." At this point, Zhao Ximing's face turned red, and she opened her sleeve before Wang Lin, revealing the red sand on her arm. She bit her lower lip and put down her sleeve. She looked at Wang Lin and left. "This is my last hope. Since he was able to fight against Ling Tianhou, he can't be a normal Nirvana scryer cultivator. He is likely at the Nirvana cleanser stage. If he helps me, I can definitely suppress the seal." Zhao Ximing let out a sigh and disappeared over the horizon. "If I were to find someone else to help, with Master here, I fear no one would dare to do this." Wang Lin sat in the room and pondered. Helping Zhao Ximing was a small matter, but doing this was obviously not something Tian Yunzi liked. If what Zhao Ximing said is true, then there must be a deeper meaning to Master's indifference to the seal. I presume he is also conflicted in his heart. While pondering, the celestial sword Su Ligua began to become restless. This caused fluctuations to come out from the bag and disturbed Wang Lin's thoughts. He frowned and slapped his bag of holding. Su Ligua flew out from the celestial sword. A black mist appeared before Wang Lin and condensed into Ligua. Su Ligua's eyes lit up. He sniffed where Wei was before by Wei. He revealed an intoxicated expression and muttered, "Su Ligua, top quality. Compared to her, even that little girl from the demon spirit land is nothing. If only I could." Su Ligua revealed a dirty smile. Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua's body trembled, and he felt a chill pass through his body. This coldness could directly enter his soul, causing him to become sober. He secretly cursed in his heart. Damn it, how did this fiend's cultivation level increase again? There's no justice in this world. Although I was very afraid when I saw him before, I didn't feel like my soul was trembling from just a glance from this fiend. It's as if this fiend could destroy my grandpa Su's soul with a single thought. Damn it. Su Ligua's expression changed greatly, but he immediately put on a flattering expression. He bowed and said, "Master is mighty. Master is mighty. Your cultivation has actually increased again. It can be seen that Master is truly peerless." Without waiting for Su Ligua to finish speaking, Wang Lin interrupted him and calmly said, "Why are you in such a rush to come out?" His voice was calm, but his eyes were cold. From his point of view, this Su Ligua needed to be taught a lesson from time to time. Otherwise, he would go out of control. This kind of devil was created by him, and he was likely the only one who understood this person the best. Before Su Ligua was refined into a devil, he already had a lot of resentment in his heart. Adding on the fact that his personality was like this, after he was refined into a devil, he became even more rebellious. Only by being stronger than him could he completely suppress him. Back when they were in the Nether Beast, the old man from the chosen immortal clan thought that Su Ligua was a loyal person. However, in reality, he didn't have any loyalty at all. Even if he did, it was only because he had been under Wang Lin's pressure for hundreds or thousands of years that he had gradually gotten used to it. This Su Ligua would always have thoughts of unwillingness in his heart, and Wang Lin was well aware of this. Not good. This fiend is going to attack me today. Su Ligua was very nervous. He licked his lips and quickly said, "Master, the reason this little Su came out is to congratulate Master's cultivation level. After all these years, ever since I wisely chose to follow Master, almost every time I appeared, Master's cultivation level would increase. After a long time, this little one thought that if this little one came out a few more times, perhaps Master's cultivation level would be even higher. As Su Ligua spoke, he carefully looked at Wang Lin and was ready to change his words at any moment. Wang Lin frowned, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Su Ligua and calmly said, "Since you have this heart, then don't return to the celestial sword for now. Stay with me and properly comprehend the sword intent you inherited." Su Ligua quickly patted his chest and said, "Master, don't worry. No matter what little Su says, I won't lose face for you. I will definitely cultivate this spell well." Although he said this, Su Ligua was secretly mocking Wang Lin in his heart. Your grandpa Su is still the smart one. Your reaction is fast enough. With just a few words, even this fiend has to admit defeat. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you can't compare to Grandpa Su's spell. Wang Lin no longer paid attention to Su Ligua. He sat down in the lotus position and began to cultivate. Su Ligua was like a wandering soul as he floated around the room for a while. He was really bored and couldn't help but think about Bai Wei's beauty. He first carefully looked at Wang Lin and then gently sniffed with his nose. His face revealed an intoxicated expression. Beauty, really a beauty. If she was really a woman, that would be fine. Grandpa Su has seen women before, but she is a man. Su Ligua's heart trembled and his heart itched. He wanted nothing more than to go find Bai Wei and have a good chat. As his mind fantasized, Su Ligua felt even more restless. However, when he thought about how Wang Lin was beside him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Back when Grandpa Su followed the giant demon clan ancestor, the ancestor was so good to me. He gave Meiji to me. Those days were really colorful. Unfortunately, now that I've returned to this fiend's side, I'm locked inside a bag of holding all day. That great life is gone. Thinking about this, Su Ligua's heart became angry. When this old man's cultivation level is high enough, I'll definitely teach this fiend a lesson. If worst comes to worst, I'll risk it all. Risk it all. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw Wang Lin's eyelids move. He immediately revealed a flattering smile and bowed. However, after waiting for a long time, Wang Lin still didn't open his eyes. Su Ligua cursed in his heart. He really doesn't know how to enjoy life. If someone offered themselves to Grandpa Su, I would have already pounced on them. Not to mention that beautiful woman. Su Ligua let out a sigh. He knew his cultivation level wasn't high enough. After thinking for a long time, he sat down and began to comprehend the inheritance of the ancient sword intent. Your grandpa, Su, has to work hard. Otherwise, the gap between me and this fiend will only grow larger. I fear I will never be able to escape this fiend's claws. After Su Ligua sat down to cultivate, Wang Lin opened his eyes. They shined brightly before he closed them again. He no longer paid any attention to Su Ligua. However, in his heart, Wang Lin had already made up his mind to refine this fiend again. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already noon. The sunlight outside the pavilion was dazzling, and when it fell on the ground, it seemed to clear away all the darkness. The sky was cloudless, and when one looked at the azure sky, it made one's heart feel tranquil. Wang Lin opened his eyes and stood up. The moment the door opened, he walked out. Su Ligua quickly got up and followed behind. His eyes darted around as he looked around, and his eyes were filled with excitement. I'm going to see that beautiful woman. Wang Lin stepped into the air and walked down the mountain. In the distance, he could see the 7 mountains of the Heavenly Fate sect filled with people coming and going. This was the style of a big sect. There was also the sound of chanting. It was the low-level disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect solidifying their mastery of the incantation. Dense spiritual energy filled the Heavenly Fate sect. However, it was noon, so the spiritual energy was filled with true yang fire. It wasn't suitable for cultivation, so it wasn't as magnificent as it was in the morning or dusk. The Purple Division had the lowest status among the 7 divisions of the Heavenly Fate sect. Even the 7 direct disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect weren't all there. Including Wang Lin, there were only 5. As a result, there weren't many ordinary disciples that entered the Purple Mountain. The large Purple Mountain was a bit bleak at noon, and there weren't many people around. As Wang Lin walked down the mountain, he didn't see anyone. Su Ligua followed behind Wang Lin. When the sunlight landed on his body, it didn't make him feel any discomfort. Instead, it made him feel comfortable, especially when he thought about how he was about to see that beautiful woman. Su Ligua's heart itched. He only hated that Wang Lin was too slow. Looking at Wang Lin's back, Su Ligua thought, this fiend is cultivated for so many years. Although he doesn't have any joy in life, the growth of his cultivation is something that even Grandpa Su can't help but admire. The little core formation cultivator from back then has become a powerful cultivator today. Thinking about this, Suligwa quickly got rid of that thought and thought, I can't be like him. What joy is there in life? Especially since this fiend's cultivation was built on blood and danger. I, Suligwa, am not suitable. It's more comfortable to hug a beautiful woman. If I am like him, sooner or later, I will be destroyed. I just don't know when this fiend's luck will be bad and he will be killed. No, if he is killed, I don't think he will have a good ending. Maybe his mind will be wiped out, and he will become a normal sword spirit. As Suligwa's thoughts ran wild, Wang Lin arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was a pavilion at the foot of the mountain. A purple silhouette stood quietly in the pavilion. Looking at her from afar, she looked elegant. However, she was feminine, which made the silhouette look weak. A breeze blew by and lifted the purple silhouette's hair. She lifted her hand and brushed away her hair. As she turned around, she smiled at Wang Lin. If one didn't know who she was, this person could make many women lose face. Elder brother Wang, you really are trustworthy. Bai Wei's eyes shone, and he smiled. Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever, but behind him, Suligwa's eyes were shining brightly. He stared at Bai Wei. If Wang Lin wasn't there, he would have pounced on her. What is this? Bai Wei's gaze fell on Suligwa. Suligwa's body was surrounded by a black fog. He immediately retracted it, and the black fog entered his body. He looked like his old self. His eyes shone with a silver light, but his expression was serious. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a cold snort. Without thinking about it, he put on a fawning expression. The change happened so quickly that Bai Wei was shocked. This is my weapon spirit. Brother Bai, where is the market you mentioned? Please lead the way. Wang Lin didn't explain much. With Wang Lin there, Suligwa's heart itched, but he didn't dare show it. He stared at Bai Wei and cursed inside his head, this damn devil Wang Lin. If he doesn't want to eat it, then fine, but he won't let Grandpa Su touch it. There's no justice in this world. There's no justice in this world. Elder brother Wang, Bai Wei frowned and said. Wang Lin felt awkward. He had rarely felt this awkward in his life. He had only experienced it twice, and both times had been because of Bai Wei. As he was feeling awkward, Suligwa's eyes were fixed on Bai Wei. He was screaming inside, Heaven has eyes. I, Suligwa, have found the love of my life. I can't take it anymore. The black fog inside, Suligwa's body was churning. It was like a big mouth was going to swallow Bai Wei. At this moment, what Wang Lin? What fiend? They were all thrown to the back of his mind. The only thing he saw was Bai Wei's frown and smile. But as he rushed forward, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with coldness. His right hand pierced through the black fog and grabbed Suligwa's soul. Suligwa turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand pinched him, and Suligwa let out an arrogant cry. He quickly tried to flatter him and said, Master, master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Bai, Sister Bai, please lead the way. Wang Lin grabbed Suligwa and spoke in a low voice. Bai Wei naturally saw the clues and looked at Suligwa with interest. This look made Suligwa excited again. Bai Wei covered her mouth and smiled. She slapped her bag of holding, and a flying sword landed on her feet. She turned into a ray of sword light and flew into the sky. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he caught up to the ray of sword light. Although Bai Wei was a bit feminine in the past, it wasn't as serious as it is now. Her body is filled with yin energy, and even her heart has changed a lot. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's expression changed. He could feel someone following him. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was Zhao Xinming. Yesterday's 1,000 words. This chapter is 4,000 words. Whoosh. Chapter 963. This Bai Wei's body is filled with yin energy. Not only has his temperament changed greatly, even some of his actions have become more feminine. If he was born like this, it wouldn't be a big deal, but it wasn't this serious back then. While flying, Wang Lin's eyes revealed an almost undetectable light as he carefully looked at Bai Wei. He felt like there was something wrong with Bai Wei, but he couldn't tell what it was. However, after 1,000 years of cultivation, he had some attainments in spirit sense. Although he couldn't predict things as well as the all-seer, he could still feel a hint of change. His divine sense swept by, but Bai Wei didn't seem to notice anything. As he flew, He chatted with Wang Lin with a smile. You haven't been here for long. In a few months, the weather on planet Tianyun will change. At that time, the weather will change, and it will be a unique scene on planet Tianyun. In these past few hundred years, the Heavenly Fate School has been very peaceful, and there haven't been any big disturbances. If there is anything, it will be the white sun wood that someone planted in the back mountain. It is said that it will never bloom, but it did. However, the color of the flower was not white, but black. It only bloomed for 3 breaths of time before dying and turning into a cloud of mist. At that time, many of our fellow sect members were very surprised. I was there at the time, and I thought it would be great if I could save the flower. There is nothing suspicious about it. Wang Lin frowned slightly, but that feeling still lingered in his heart. He calmly talked with Bai Wei. Ever since you left, Master has been in closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years and rarely asks about the outside world. Bai Wei smiled as he told Wang Lin about the trivial matters of the Heavenly Fate sect over the past hundreds of years. At first, Wang Lin listened carefully, but after a while, he frowned. What Bai Wei said was irrelevant. There were too many details, and he had no idea what to make of it. There's also Ghost Eye City. Many years ago, that city auctioned off a complete celestial art. Every time it opens, it attracts a large number of cultivators. It lasts for a month, and during that month, aside from the auction site, all other places can be freely traded. It's just that Ghost Eye City isn't big, so there are limited places to stay. If we're late, I'm afraid we'll have to sleep in the open. Bai Wei smiled. Wang Lin was silent for a while. He let Bai Wei lead the way and talk, but he was thinking. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin suddenly said, Junior Marshal Brother Bai, what cultivation method are you practicing? Bai Wei was startled and his expression changed. He stopped moving and took a few steps back. He stared at Wang Lin and said, Brother Wang, are you looking down on me? If you think that I, Bai Wei, annoy you, I'll leave and never bother you again. Wang Lin was very surprised. He had only asked about Bai Wei's cultivation method, but he did not expect it to cause such a change in Bai Wei. Brother Bai, you misunderstand. Wang was just asking casually. Wang Lin said slowly without batting an eyelid. Bai Wei bit his lip and was silent for a while. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and said, The cultivation method I practice is called the Celestial Double Desires Incantation. With that, Bai Wei flew north in silence. The Celestial Double Desires Incantation. Wang Lin was deep in thought. He looked at Bai Wei's back, and his eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that the dense yin qi inside Bai Wei's body was moving faster and faster. As it moved through his meridians, it formed a strange mark. That mark was formed by the yin qi flowing through Bai Wei's meridians. Before, Bai Wei's yin qi was moving very slowly, so Wang Lin did not notice it. Now that he saw it, the mark disappeared in an instant. Wang Lin's eyes flashed imperceptibly, and he imprinted the mark in his mind. He did not ask any more questions and sped along with Bai Wei. At dusk, they saw a circular city in the distance. The city was like a circle on the ground, and there were cultivators standing guard around it. Before they even got close, Wang Lin sensed the ripples of a restrictive spell formation. Occasionally, sword lights could be seen coming from the horizon. Some were alone, others were in groups of 3 or 5. They landed outside the city, showed their invitation slips, and were allowed into the city. Wang Lin knew that in an unfamiliar place, one shouldn't casually use divine sense, or it would cause a misunderstanding. However, he was a cautious person. Although his cultivation level was getting higher and higher, his caution hadn't lessened. After all, being cautious was the foundation of survival in the cultivation world. After a moment of thought, Wang Lin spread his divine sense out to cover the city. He wasn't being domineering, but rather like a gentle breeze. His divine sense spread out, not to find any secrets in the city, but to find some ripples of restrictive spell formation. It was as if he had arrived in front of an unfamiliar door. He wasn't breaking the door with force, but standing outside and looking around when the door was opened. Although this was a bit rude, in the cultivation world, this was a tacit agreement. Unless it was someone extremely domineering, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings because of this. The restrictions on the city weren't an obstacle for Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's cultivation level and understanding of restrictions, the restrictions didn't notice him at all. However, just as Wang Lin's divine sense passed through the restrictions and was about to return, 3 well-hidden divine senses suddenly erupted. They were like 3 giant dragons that charged toward Wang Lin's divine sense. An ancient voice entered Wang Lin's divine sense and gloomily said, "Which fellow cultivator has come to my Ghost Eye City?" One of the 3 Chun brothers of the old man, Master Yi Chun. At the same time, the illusory dragons formed by the 3 divine senses turned into a storm. They were going to trap Wang Lin's divine sense, so it couldn't leave. Among the 3 divine senses, 2 of them were at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, and Ouyang Zi was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. As a result, they trapped Wang Lin's divine sense, so Wang Lin couldn't escape for a while. Wang Lin's spells were all about his body, so his divine sense hadn't reached the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. In terms of divine sense, he was obviously no match for the 3 of them. "I'm the heavenly fate sex Wang Lin. Please forgive me if I offended you." Wang Lin didn't get angry after being rude and sent out a message. "Your divine sense is reckless and has been trapped by us, yet you want us to forgive you? What kind of logic is this? Today, the 3 of us won't make it difficult for you. Come and admit your mistake and leave immediately. If you enter Ghost Eye City again, don't blame the 3 of us for being rude." A gloomy divine sense came from beside Master Yi Chun. Wang Lin and Bai Wei were standing outside the city, waiting in line to enter. As for the divine senses of Wang Lin and the 3 of them, unless one's cultivation level was high, they wouldn't notice anything. Bai Wei obviously didn't notice anything, but Wang Lin frowned. "Fellow cultivator, please don't mind. The 3 of us are responsible for the safety of Ghost Eye City, so we naturally have to be cautious. If fellow cultivator doesn't agree, then don't blame us for destroying the divine sense that extended out." Master Yi Chun sent out a message and let out a sigh. Doing this was indeed a bit excessive. After all, the person who came wasn't out of line, it was just an ordinary divine sense. The 3 of them had done this before. However, since Ghost Eye City was treating them with respect, they naturally had to be cautious. Also, there was a trace of displeasure in his heart. Almost all the Nirvana Scryer old monsters on planet Tianya knew that the 3 of them were responsible for the safety of Ghost Eye City. Generally speaking, they wouldn't check with their divine senses as a form of respect for the 3 of them. The person before them obviously didn't care about the 3 of them. If he brazenly checked with his divine sense, then what was the point of admitting his mistake? If this person didn't admit his mistake and fought with the 3 of us, I'd respect him as a fellow cultivator. However, it is obvious that he has become timid after seeing how powerful we are. Moreover, if they didn't punish this person severely, then the Ghost Eye City auction wouldn't even begin, and there would be more imitators in the remaining days. As a result, the first person who dared to check with their divine sense had to be more severe. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider." Master Yi Chun sent out a message. It wasn't difficult for the 3 of them to deal with an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Even if this person was from the Heavenly Fate sect, they didn't believe that Tian Yunzi would lower himself to cause trouble for the 3 of them. Moreover, the 3 of them hadn't killed anyone and had given him a chance. If this person didn't know how to appreciate kindness, then even if they destroyed his divine sense, no one could say anything. If this was the Delu Sword Sect, Master Yi Chun wouldn't think this way. After all, Sword Saint Ling Tianho was famous for being protective of his people. 3 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Master Yi Chun let out a cold snort, and the dragons formed by their divine senses opened their mouths. They charged at the trapped Wang Lin's divine sense and were about to destroy it. "The 3 of you have gone too far." Wang Lin ignored Bai Wei and Su Ligua, who were still floating behind him. He frowned and disappeared with 1 step. The restriction of Ghost Eye City couldn't even stop Wang Lin's divine sense, much less Wang Lin's original body. The moment he disappeared, the restriction of Ghost Eye City flashed violently. However, it only flashed 3 times before it collapsed. The moment the restriction collapsed, Wang Lin's figure appeared above Ghost Eye City. His speed was unimaginable, and the moment he appeared, Wang Lin grabbed a divine sense dragon. The divine sense wanted to struggle, but it was useless. Wang Lin threw it back, and popping sounds echoed as the divine sense dragon collapsed. In an extremely gorgeous building within Ghost Eye City, an old man sat cross-legged in the third room from the east. He wore a green robe and had an extremely dignified appearance. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood, while his expression changed greatly. Nirvana cleanser, old monster. The old man's body flickered and he disappeared. Nirvana cleanser, old monster. Chapter 964. Like moving clouds and flowing water, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist and casually waved it. A sonic boom echoed and formed an unimaginable black storm. One of the divine senses formed by the 3 divine senses was immediately hit by Wang Lin's fist. With a bang, that divine sense didn't even have the power to resist and immediately collapsed. At the moment the divine sense dissipated, a middle-aged man in purple robes was drinking tea in the second room on the east side of the gorgeous building in Ghost Eye City. At that moment, he crushed the teacup and the tea instantly vaporized. The middle-aged man's face was pale and bloodless. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. His heart pounded rapidly, and he exclaimed, "Could it be Nirvana cleanser?" His expression changed, but he clenched his teeth and disappeared from the room. Wang Lin's divine sense returned to his body and coldly looked at the last divine sense. The owner of that divine sense was Master Yichun. Everything had happened too fast. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the final strand of divine sense quickly retreated in an attempt to retrieve it. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as his right hand reached at the void. The last divine sense seemed to be squeezed by the power of the world and was being pulled toward Wang Lin by a powerful suction force. Wang Lin caught it and crushed it. In the first room of the gorgeous building, a white-haired old man in white was originally standing next to a table. He had a brush in his hand and was drawing on the paper on the table. Multitasking was too easy for cultivators of their level. However, at this moment, the brush in the old man's hand snapped. He jerked his head up, and his face instantly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forcefully suppressed it. "Damn it," the old man cursed in his heart. He waved his sleeves and charged out at an extremely fast speed. Ghost Eye City was in an uproar. The collapse of the restriction immediately caught the attention of all the cultivators here. They all looked up at the sky. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He had already been patient. If the 3 of them had let go of his divine senses, this wouldn't have happened. 3 rays of light came from the city below and teleported before Wang Lin. They were the 3 Chun brothers. The white-haired old man in the white robe was Master Yichun, and behind him was the green-robed old man and the purple-robed middle-aged man. The 3 of them all had bitter expressions. They didn't expect this person, who was clearly only at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, to arrive with his original body and easily destroy their divine senses. If it was just their divine senses being destroyed, the 3 of them wouldn't be too shocked. If they worked together, they would have a fighting chance. However, what terrified them was how casually Wang Lin had done it. 1 grab, 1 punch, and 1 squeeze. These were 3 very simple and casual actions. The 3 of them could even feel that Wang Lin had done it as if it were nothing. This was what terrified them the most. No Nirvana Scryer cultivator could do this. Not even peak Nirvana Scryer cultivators could do this. After all, there were 3 of them. There was only one explanation for what happened before. This person before them was at the Nirvana Cleanser stage. "Wang Daoyu, please forgive us. We were reckless." Master Yichun clasped his hands and smiled bitterly. The 3 of them stood before Wang Lin and felt very embarrassed. The 3 of them were very famous on planet Tianyun, and now they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Aside from feeling bitter, there was no unwillingness in their hearts. After all, with Wang Lin's Nirvana Cleanser cultivation forget a polite divine sense. Even if his divine sense swept by, it would be reasonable. If the three of them had known Wang Lin's cultivation level, they wouldn't have cared. After all, no one would dare to come to Ghost Eye City with a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. Even without an invitation, they would be treated as honored guests. Nirvana Cleanser cultivators are extremely rare on planet Tianyun and all the surrounding planets. Any one of them can make a planet tremble with a stomp of their feet. I have never heard of someone named Wang Lin. Also, he said he was from the Heavenly Fates sect. Could it be an older generation disciple of Tianyunzi? The three of them looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. However, Wang Lin's spell did indeed have the power of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. The green-robed old man clasped his hands and awkwardly said, "Wang Daoyu, please don't blame us. The three of us are indeed on duty. We have offended you before. Please forgive us." The middle-aged man on the side also wryly smiled and clasped his hands. He let out a sigh and thought, "Our reputation as the three Chun brothers hasn't fallen. After all, how many people would dare to provoke a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator?" The three of them sincerely clasped their hands and apologized. Wang Lin's expression relaxed a bit, and he calmly said, "It was Wang Lin's fault for disturbing you first, so let's forget about this matter." The three of them let out sighs of relief. If Wang Lin continued to pester them, they would have no choice but to escape. Provoking a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator was like being branded with death. Master Yi-chun politely said, "Wang Dao, you must have come to Ghost Eye City for that bottle of purple jade liquid. However, the auction will take a few days. Does fellow cultivator have a place to stay during this time? If you don't have one, then the three of us will act as hosts and arrange a place for you." Ichinzi spoke very politely. The purple-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed old man all looked at Wang Lin with inviting gazes. Facing a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, although the three of them were arrogant in front of others, they didn't dare to show any of it before Wang Lin. Instead, they wanted to get close to him. Purple jade liquid. Wang Lin found it a bit familiar. After pondering a bit, he looked at the three of them and nodded. "They'll have to trouble the three of you." Master Ichin laughed and said, "No problem. To be able to meet Wang Daoyu can be considered fate. Please." With that, he waved his right hand and smiled. Wang Lin turned around and looked into the distance. He saw Bai Wei staring at him from the direction of the city gate. Behind him was Su Ligua, who had turned into a black mist. "You guys come over." Wang Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered Bai Wei's ears. Bai Wei hesitated for a bit before flying over. Su Ligua looked at Bai Wei's back with an infatuated gaze and quickly followed. When Master Yi-chun and the other two saw Bai Wei, they were startled, but none of them said anything. They led the way and arrived at a gorgeous four-story building in the eastern part of the city. There was a large courtyard surrounded by a ring. There were fake mountains and a small river flowing through it. There was an azure aura coming from the place. Master Yi-chun smiled. "This is where us three brothers will temporarily live in Ghost Eye City. Wang Dao, you can feel free to do as you please." "Many thanks." Wang Lin clasped his hands and smiled. Seeing Wang Lin smile, Master Yi-chun and company finally relaxed. The purple-robed middle-aged man smiled and said, "Brother Wang can rest first. We'll send people to prepare some fruits. Today, we won't get to know Brother Wang without a fight. No matter what, the four of us must discuss Dao." Master Yi-chun smiled and nodded. The green-robed old man smiled and said, "Third brother is right. Getting to know Brother Wang today is quite a legend. Thank you very much." Wang Lin smiled. He couldn't refuse such a warm invitation. Besides, he was interested in the purple jade liquid. He nodded and said, "In that case, Wang will comply." "Brother Wang, you are too polite." Master Yi-chun clasped his hands and left with the other two. Bai Wei wasn't used to all of this. His cultivation base was not high enough to reach this level, even if he was Tian Yunzi's disciple. It didn't take long for a servant to arrive and arrange a place for them to stay. There were many empty rooms in the building. After Bai Wei left, Su Ligua wanted to follow, but Wang Lin coldly looked at him. He immediately returned to Wang Lin's side and followed Wang Lin to his room. The room Wang Lin chose was a very elegant room on the second floor. There was a purple wooden table and chairs, a dark red wooden cabinet, and a few paintings hanging on the wall. Just by looking at it, one would be able to calm one's mind. There was an oil lamp with a dragon carved on it. There was a yellow lampshade embroidered with mountains and rivers. The candlelight was blocked, and it emitted a soft but bright light that fell into every corner of the room. The room wasn't very big, but Wang Lin was very satisfied. Su Ligua floated off to the side, looking around. His heart was filled with disdain. He thought to himself, "What's so good about this place? This devil doesn't know how to enjoy life. If it were him, he would find a place with a lot of girls. That would be very comfortable." Wang Lin sat quietly in his room, his eyes half closed. It looked like he was looking at the purple window, but in reality, he was thinking about what Bai Wei had been doing on the way here. Why is Bai Wei looking for me? He wouldn't call me out here for no reason. And then there's that strange mark inside of him. Wang Lin felt like Bai Wei had something to say to him. This guy's been talking about all sorts of trivial things. He hasn't said anything important. What does he want to say to me? Wang Lin frowned. He thought back to everything Bai Wei had said, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. Could it be that what Bai Wei has been talking about is all the trivial things I've been talking about? If that's the case, then there's something he can't talk about. Or maybe he doesn't dare to talk about it with me. Maybe he's not afraid of me, but... Master? Wang Lin felt like he had caught on to something, but he wasn't sure. Or maybe there's some sort of restrictive spell on him that prevents him from talking about it. He can only hint at it. Wang Lin thought back to the time when he had asked Bai Wei about the technique he cultivated, and then his face fell. It was in that moment that Wang Lin noticed the strange mark formed by the swirling yin energy inside of Bai Wei. What is this Bai Wei trying to say? Wang Lin's expression flickered. He looked out the door, and a moment later, Chunzi's hearty voice could be heard. "Brother Wang, the fruits and wine are ready. Since it's not dark yet, why don't the four of us discuss the Tao? Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I wish everyone a happy holiday. Eat more mooncakes. I almost got a monthly ticket. Tomorrow, I'll write 3 chapters. That's 9,000 words, and it'll probably take me all day to write. Finally, I'll say the same thing. I wish everyone a happy day, and that your lives are as round and beautiful as mooncakes. Well, in the book review section, please bless me as well." Chapter 965. Wang Lin pushed open the door and saw Yi Chunzi standing outside, smiling and clasping his hands. "Fellow Taoist is too polite. Please come in," said Wang Lin with a smile. To the north of the courtyard, there was a pavilion. It wasn't very large, but it was extremely beautiful. There were carvings of dragons and phoenixes, and it was made entirely of celestial jade. There was also a spirit-gathering formation around it, causing the celestial spiritual energy around the pavilion to circulate in a permanent cycle. Outside the pavilion, there was a small river that flowed by. The sound of the water was soft, as if it could sweep away the mortal world. There were a few small green fish swimming around. Occasionally, some would jump out of the water and fall back into the water, creating a splash that turned into ripples. Inside the pavilion, the middle-aged man in the purple robe and the old man in the green robe sat across from each other. Between them was a stone table. The stone table was made of white jade, and it seemed to be glowing. There was also a beautiful young woman standing next to them. Her large eyes glittered as she looked at Yi Chunzi and Wang Lin walking toward them. When Wang Lin and Yi Chunzi got closer, the middle-aged man and the old man in the green robe stood up. They smiled and clasped their hands toward Wang Lin. "Brother Wang, please," said the middle-aged man with a smile as he pointed to the side. Wang Lin looked at the pavilion, and his gaze fell on the beautiful young woman looking at him. This woman was also a cultivator, but her cultivation level wasn't very high. She was only at the nascent soul stage. She was extremely beautiful, and there was a sense of innocence to her. This was something that was very rare in the cultivation world. Only those who were doted on by someone with a very high cultivation level, who didn't want them to come into contact with the cruelty of the cultivation world, could keep their innocence. This woman's appearance was somewhat similar to Yi Chunzi's. Noticing that Wang Lin was looking at her, the young woman's face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. However, She would occasionally glance at Wang Lin with a curious expression. Wang Lin faintly smiled. With his intelligence, he naturally saw through the intentions of the three Chun brothers. After all, there was still some conflict between them. Although it wasn't a big one, anything could happen in the cultivation world. The three of them were afraid that if they asked him to come here alone, it would cause a misunderstanding. Also, this matter couldn't be discussed, so they called this woman, who was obviously their relative, to accompany them. This indirectly showed that they had no ill intentions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought a nascent soul junior. After everyone sat down, Master Yichun called the girl over. He smiled and introduced her to Wang Lin. Brother Wang, this is a junior from my family. This child isn't sensible and insisted on coming. I hope fellow cultivator can take care of her in the future. As he spoke, he looked at the girl with a solemn expression and said in a low voice, Linger, this is Senior Wang, a powerful being. Even I have to respect him. To have the chance to meet him, it can be considered your fortune. The young woman blinked and bowed at Wang Lin. She softly said, Ling Er greets Senior. This woman's voice was very pleasant to listen to. It was like the chirping of a lark. Once it entered one's ears, it could melt into one's bones. Wang Lin carefully looked at the woman, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Fellow Taoist Wang, I'm sure you've already noticed that my granddaughter was born with a water spirit body. Everything else has been concealed by this old man. But this old man's cultivation is unable to completely conceal her voice. I can only keep her by my side. Otherwise, with her talent, she will be used as a cultivation cauldron by people with bad intentions. Ichenzi bitterly smiled. Wang Lin nodded. A water spirit body was the most suitable to be used as a cultivation cauldron. However, with this woman by Ichenzi's side, he didn't have to worry about anything else. Very few people would dare to steal a woman from the three Chen brothers. It was not worth it to offend them because of this. Although the three Chan brothers looked like they were just three people, if there was a life or death crisis, they would be able to find a lot of people to help them. This way, they would be a very powerful force. The moment he heard the beautiful woman's voice, Wang Lin entered a trance for a moment. Although he quickly recovered, he didn't know why, but he felt very bitter. This bitterness was very strong, as if he was waking up a sealed memory. She also has a natural water spirit body. Wang Lin let out a sigh in his heart. There were some things that couldn't be forgotten. There were some pains that couldn't be sealed for a lifetime. Whenever he encountered a similar scene, it would unconsciously be opened. Every time it was touched, it would cause an unconcealable pain in his heart. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin's gaze once again fell on the beautiful woman. The woman was a bit nervous. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin gently patted his bag of holding, and a straw hat appeared in his hand. Looking at the straw hat, Wang Lin felt like he was looking at Yin Kazi from the past. He placed the straw hat on the table and calmly said, This was given to me by an old friend. It can hide all auras. After fellow cultivator, Yichunzi refines it. Perhaps it will be a bit stronger. Why don't you give it to this child? The woman wrinkled her nose. She clearly felt that the straw hat was a bit ugly. Yichunzi's eyes revealed a strange light. He picked up the straw hat and carefully looked at it. He said with surprise, Brother Wang, although this isn't a celestial treasure, it is very exquisite. There are many restrictions inside, so much so that I can't see through them all. When these restrictions are combined together, they can completely hide all auras. If you meet someone who understands restrictions, they can use this straw hat to multiply countless restrictions and increase their restriction cultivation. Brother Wang, this item is a bit heavy. As soon as the woman heard this, her eyes revealed a look of interest. Wang Lin shook his head and said, This item is useless to me. Why don't you give it to this child? Ichenzi hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head in thanks. Looking at the woman, Wang Lin's gaze softened. He slapped his bag of holding and took out 3 bells. He smiled and said, I'll give these to you as well. The woman's eyes filled with joy as she accepted the bells. When she shook them, a crisp sound echoed out. She immediately smiled happily. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. She turned to Wang Lin and said, Linger, thanks, Senior. Her voice was even more seductive than before, but to Wang Lin, it didn't bother him at all. Ichenzi looked at the bells. Based on his experience, he could tell that they were extraordinary. He sighed inwardly, then stood up and clasped his hands toward Wang Lin. He said, "Wang Daoyu, this old man thanks you." He felt very ashamed at his heart. It was the three of them who had provoked Wang Lin, and now his descendant had received a gift from Wang Lin. He sat down, pondered a bit, then took out a black stone and said, "Wang Daoyu, please accept this heavenly underworld stone. At my cultivation level, I need heavenly underworld stones to store my origin soul, to create an avatar, or to store powerful spells. If you don't accept it, the old man will be ashamed." Wang Lin smiled as he picked up the stone and scanned it with his divine sense. Although his expression was normal, his heart was moved. This black stone was very strange. There were many small holes inside that gave off a strange aura. Not only could it store divine sense, but it could also store spells in advance. It was similar to the Forsaken Immortal Clan's talismans. Besides that, if one willed it, one could even form an illusory clone through this stone, and it could be considered to be an extremely practical treasure. Although this treasure wasn't extremely precious, it was still rare. Wang Lin nodded and put it away inside his bag. Master Ichin pointed at the green-robed old man and smiled. "The old man is muddle-headed. I haven't introduced my two junior brothers yet. This is the old man's second junior brother, Lu Yuelong. His Dao name is Yilong Zi." The green-robed old man got up, clasped his hands at Wang Lin, and smiled. "Titles are just worldly possessions. The title of Yilong Zi is a bit arrogant before Brother Wang. Brother Wang can just call me by my real name. This is my third junior brother, Zhen Xinghan. His Dao name is Yixing Zi." The purple-robed middle-aged man had the lowest cultivation level. Although he was also at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, he was obviously not as strong as Yilong Zi. He stood up and respectfully said, "Brother Wang can also call me by my real name. I wonder what Brother Wang's Dao name is." After Master Yichan finished his introduction, he looked at Wang Lin. In the cultivation world, although there were Dao names among low-level cultivators, most of them weren't popular and were only known by a small circle. They simply couldn't compare to the Dao names of powerful cultivators, and the meaning behind them was also very different. In the cultivation circle of second-step cultivators, Dao names were often a symbol of mutual recognition and the epitome of their spells. Wang Lin still didn't have a Dao name. If he did, it would be the one he gave to him back in the Luo Tian star system, Master Demon. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin calmly said, "Wang's Dao name is Master Demon." After he spoke, Master Yichun and company immediately felt a sense of blood and slaughter from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if Wang Lin had suddenly turned into an ancient beast that possessed a monstrous killing intent. Wang just returned from another place and didn't stay on planet Tianyun for long, so I presume the three of you haven't heard of him. Wang Lin picked up the wine cup and took a sip. With his ancient god body, aside from a few extremely rare poisons from ancient times, none of the poisons in the world could poison him. After scanning with his divine sense, Wang Lin was certain. When he put down the wine cup, the beautiful girl named Ling Air walked up and filled Wang Lin's cup with wine. Then she returned to Master Yichen's side and occasionally looked at Wang Lin. Master Yichun and company returned to normal and began a chat with Wang Lin. As they chatted, they began to discuss Dao. Time slowly passed. As the four of them talked, it was time for the moon to be high in the sky, and they became familiar with each other. A gentle breeze blew by. Master Yichun picked up the wine cup, drank it, and sighed. On the path of Dao, everyone is separated from the mortal world. Only by doing this can one isolate themselves from everything and focus on the Tao of the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, even though the old man can sever everything in his life, he still can't sever the word family. There is no need to sever it. Cultivators aren't even afraid of the heavens and earth, so why should they be afraid of the heart? First bow. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. Chapter 966. Master Yichun seemed to understand something. He held the wine cup for a long time and didn't put it down. Brother Wang, Are you talking about the Luo Tian star system? Master Yi Chun revealed a look of interest. After seeing Wang Lin nod, he said, the Luo Tian star system can be considered an anomaly. It is not normal for a family to be able to develop to this point. If it wasn't for the fact that the Cultivation Alliance told me this, I wouldn't believe it. The Luo Tian star system's attack in the northern region caused the Cultivation Alliance to retreat. Their strength cannot be underestimated. As he spoke, thunder roared from the night sky in the distance. Dark clouds gradually gathered and covered the bright moon. The surroundings were wet, and at the moment when a bolt of lightning cut through the sky to illuminate the earth, a loud rumble descended from the sky. At the same time, bean-sized raindrops poured down like a heavy downpour, hitting the ground and making splashing sounds. There was even a thin layer of mist floating up from the ground. The beautiful girl named Ling Er let out a soft cry as she quickly came to the side of the pavilion and looked outside. Master Yi Chen's pondering was interrupted by the thunder. He was startled and shook his head. The weather on planet Tianyun, especially in the recent months, is very strange. One moment, the moon is bright, and the next moment, dark clouds cover the sky and heavy rain begins to fall. The purple-robed middle-aged man with the Taoist named Master Yi Xing nodded and said, "That's right. It is like a cultivator with a strange surname. His personality is constantly changing and unpredictable." The conversation between the two entered Wang Lin's ears and caused his body to tremble. He suddenly raised his head to look at the sky outside the pavilion. The wine cup in his hand paused, and he felt like he had been struck by lightning. The fog in his mind regarding Bai Wei was suddenly pushed aside by a pair of invisible hands. Just like a person's personality, strange, ever-changing, and unpredictable. Before, Bai Wei said that in a few months, the weather on planet Tianyun will change. At that time, the weather will change. It can be considered a unique scene on planet Tianyun. This sentence may seem ordinary, but it actually contains a profound meaning. The ever-changing weather on planet Tianyun is talking about Master Tianyunzi's ever-changing personality. It is exactly the same as the countless avatars I comprehended before, which are constantly changing. Wang Lin's actions startled Master Yi Chenzi and the others. They exchanged glances, not knowing what Wang Lin was thinking. The three of them couldn't help but remain silent. One Star Child's words had cleared the fog in his heart. Wang Lin's thoughts were very clear. He thought back to Bai Wei's words and actions along the way, and he seemed to have caught on to something. I don't know who planted a white sun tree in a back mountain, but it actually bloomed. However, the color of the flower wasn't white but black. It only bloomed for 3 breaths of time before dying and turning into a cloud of mist. It would be great if we could save the flower. There's a hidden meaning in those words. The white sun tree was referring to Bai Wei himself. The white sun tree can't bloom, which means he was originally a man, so how could he become a woman? Then he said the white sun tree bloomed, and the color of the flower wasn't white but black. This sentence is even more obvious. He is telling me that due to some reason, black and white were reversed, and he became a woman. The flower only bloomed for 3 breaths of time, which means he doesn't have long to live. The reason he told me this was to make me save him. That's why when I asked him about his cultivation method, his expression changed so much. He wanted me to think about what he said before and also told me about the celestial double desire art. The strange mark formed by the yin energy in his body usually doesn't show up, but when Bai Wei said the celestial double desire art, it appeared. This is what Bai Wei wanted to remind me of. All of this, combined with the fact that the weather on planet Tianyun is ever-changing, means he is afraid of Master Tianyunzi, and the person who caused all of this is likely Tianyunzi. This is the real reason he called me out of the heavenly fate sect. Wang Lin suddenly stood up, clasped his hands at Master Yi Chan and company, and said, "3 fellow cultivators, Wang has an important matter to take care of, so I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he grabbed Su Ligua and threw him into his bag of holding. Then he turned around, took a step, and suddenly disappeared. Master Yi Chun and company were very puzzled. They looked at each other for a while and couldn't think of a reason. With one step, Wang Lin appeared outside Bai Wei's room. Wang Lin didn't want to know about Tian Yunzi's secret, but he was always on guard. Only by understanding Tian Yunzi could he protect himself. As a result, Wang Lin wanted to know what was going on with Bai Wei. The moment he appeared, Wang Lin was surprised. There were faint fluctuations of restrictions coming from inside Bai Wei's room. These fluctuations were very faint, and even with Wang Lin's cultivation, he wouldn't have noticed them unless he was here. Something is wrong. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his divine sense immediately spread out toward the room. The moment his divine sense entered, the fluctuations of the restriction increased greatly and formed a powerful rebound force. The moment it collided with Wang Lin's divine sense, there was a loud bang. The booming sound immediately attracted the attention of Master Yi Chunzi and the other two people in the pavilion. After the loud bang, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The restriction on the room had been broken by him by force. Everything inside was clear, but there was no sign of anyone. Bai Wei was missing. With Bai Wei's cultivation level, it is impossible for him to leave the place where I and the three Chun brothers are without me noticing. It is also impossible for him to place a restriction like this. Bai Wei must have been taken by force. The person who took Bai Wei must have a much higher cultivation level than me and the three Chun brothers. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, but his eyes immediately narrowed. That's not right. If someone took Bai Wei, why would they place a restriction to prevent divine sense from checking the room? As Wang Lin pondered, he revealed a cold smile. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was high in the sky. At this moment, the world was shrouded in heavy rain. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rumbled. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and swept the area. He couldn't find any trace of Bai Wei. Wang Lin understood that it wasn't that Bai Wei had left the area, but that he was hiding too deep and his divine sense was avoided. His right hand formed a seal, and Wang Lin pointed at the sky. He muttered, "Summon the rain." As he waved his hand, thunder rumbled across the sky and lit up the earth. The rain around Wang Lin seemed to freeze in the air and stopped falling. Shortly after, an invisible force spread out from Wang Lin's finger and shrouded all the rain within tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, all the rain stopped moving. Even the rain that once again appeared in the clouds in the sky froze and stopped dripping. On the ground, most of the rain was floating at different heights, but even if it was only 1 inch from the ground or roof, it didn't move at all. Every single raindrop contained a strange power. Endless origin energy instantly gathered and entered each drop of rain. In the blink of an eye, the world was covered in crystal light. As the origin energy surged, some of the powerful cultivators in Ghost Eye City were shocked. In particular, the three Chan brothers looked up at the sky with shock in their eyes. Master Ichin gasped and muttered to himself, "This kind of spell, only a Nirvana cleanser cultivator can master it." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand. The endless rain in the sky rumbled and formed a storm around Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, it formed a giant vortex. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the sky as Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and entered the vortex. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed at the ground. The vortex immediately collapsed into countless raindrops. Each raindrop split into several parts, and each drop contained Wang Lin's divine sense. This caused Wang Lin's divine sense to become stronger. It was as if Wang Lin had transformed into an unimaginable number of avatars. Each of the avatars spread out their divine sense. Although the range of Wang Lin's divine sense didn't increase, it was much more detailed. As he swept the area, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and locked onto a valley thousands of kilometers west of Ghost Eye City. He took a step and a thunderous rumble echoed. With one step, Wang Lin turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the valley thousands of kilometers away. He crossed thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. There was a restriction in the valley that gave off no fluctuations. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had used Summon the Rain to make his divine sense more detailed, he wouldn't have noticed the abnormality. When he closed in, before Wang Lin could do anything, the restriction opened a crack and a powerful voice came from inside. "Brother Wang, please enter. By way." Wang Lin's expression didn't change, but his heart trembled. This voice belonged to Bai Wei, but it was completely different from before. Before, Bai Wei's voice was feminine, so it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. However, this voice was very powerful, so it was obvious it was a man's voice. Wang Lin frowned as he stepped into the crack in the restriction and entered the valley. This valley was cut off from the rain, so not a single drop fell. The valley was filled with flowers and grass, but they had all withered and died a long time ago. There was a densing aura here. There was a person sitting in the middle of the valley. This person was Bai Wei. However, his aura was too different from what Wang Lin remembered. Bai Wei's expression was calm. The feminine look on his face was gone and was replaced with determination. His eyes were like lightning and a cold aura surrounded his body. The current him no longer had the feminine look of a woman. No matter how one looked at him, he was a very handsome man. Bai Wei pondered for a bit and slowly said, "Brother Wang, do you find this strange?" The second bow was to wish everyone peace and happiness. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.